Boo. Let's see here. Let me open Twitch and add you to the dang thing here real quick, Snake. Did I grab a snack? I want to grab a snack, and I don't know if I grabbed it or not. I think I forgot. Edit panels. Nay? Popping off. Unedit those panels. And BRB as I go grab a snack, because I actually forgot to grab my snack. Alright, hello. I'm back. Right, these adverts are doing my head in. Oh no. Nani? Are they bad? Also, how do I activate... Hold up. Switch to non-mod settings. Chat appearance. Timestamp. There we go. I need timestamps in my chat. I hate not having timestamps in my chat. You know the sounds I'm making in the background? Isn't the first 10 minutes supposed to be ad-free or something like that? Boo. Alright. Hey, Ichi Oppai Fushigi. I'm glad you're taking care of yourself. Okay, so my snack for the stream today is a Crunch Bar and water. So that's what I got going on for me. That's crazy that you guys get adverts, though. I thought the first, like, 10 minutes or so, it's like ad-free, at least for anyone who, I don't know. Twitch is lame. Twitch is actually lame. Okay, I need to process. So the music I was playing is original piano music from some small musician, small pianist, and he made this playlist years ago, and it's still unnamed. And YouTube recommended it to me today, so I was just checking it out real quick because I like piano. I used to play the piano, but I'm gonna post that in jam session. I always find it so interesting when people compose their own music. So cool. Why do I get network error? I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Hold up. I don't know how much I'm actually gonna use this, but dun, 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 dun. Oh fuck! It's on repeat. I kind of want to make it a redemption, but I feel like I need to make edits to it and change it up a little bit, so that it fits the scheme. and I think it'll be a good way to promote the Tuesday anime nights that we do for Chainsaw Man. But I need to first figure out the proper placement of the video. I edited it already, and I did like a quick little edit just to see if it would work, and it kind of works. But I wanna, but I wanna, I wanna, I wanna position it properly so it doesn't like block all the scenes in a different way. But then again, we're jamming out. It'll be spontaneous jamming out. Oh no. I'm sorry. Is my stream big bad? Do I not have like video quality? Do I have No, I got it, I think. So our Hound's getting errors for some reason. Question is why? Black jumper. These are my PJs. Here. This is the fit. You guys can't really see it because of the lighting, so I'll turn that on. They're basically PJs, you see? It's just super soft, super warm. And then this is just also super soft, super warm. Though I am actually kind of hot, so. Okay. Bum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-ba-bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. But for today, I don't actually know what I want to do. We've been doing a lot of spooky stuff, right? And that has been really fun. And I could continue doing spooky stuff. I would hate myself, but I could. And I eventually am going to be some spooky stuff with people, but I'm not sure if I want to go right into that right away. I was also thinking about doing, like, I could continue Overwatch again, play more ranked on that, or I could play Valorant casually, like with like people on stream and stuff. That could be really fun. Have I seen your post in Small Beastie? I haven't. I was also thinking about watching the damn Markiplier videos of him like in space or whatever, the series of him in space. Let's see it. Oh, hold up. Let's switch to desktop here. Okay, there we go. You guys see it? It's so cute. It's a sleeping poppers. What the fuck? There's more? Oh, it's taking a little bath. Look at it. It's a cute little sheep. Oh, it's just looking around. I can't tell if it likes baths or not based on how it's looking around. Like, how long? It's like, how much longer do I have to stay in here? Oh, that's so precious. You guys see it? You guys see how cute it is? It is. This is what it means if people probably get a Shiba at some point. And then becomes a big floofers. Oh, look at the scratches. Stopping by to say hi. Hi, Hina. He loves baths, I'm sure. I believe it. I think he likes those scratches more. Stopping by to say dork. What? The audacity. Wait, did I delete the chat down here? Wait, where does chat show up on desktop? Someone type something real quick. How is everyone? You typed how is everyone. P. Okay, and you? Nothing. Okay, so I accidentally removed chat from this source. Oops. Whoops. Yippee, ad prison? Oh god, I'm so sorry guys. I hope it's not too bad. That's so many ads already. I'm so sorry. I don't know how the ad policy works. If you want us to leave, we can. Dork. I'm doing pretty good though. How are you doing, Sage? What's going on? How's your stream? Did you make more progress? I was lurking the other day. Yippee, ad prison. I'm so sorry. Excuse me, P. So, my chat. Did I have a chat on this scene? Am I trolling? The last one you just did. The most recent one. I think it was Resident Evil 6, if I remember correctly. I was watching it before... Actually, I wasn't even doing shit. I was just sitting there watching it. Just chilling in chat. I'm trying to figure out... Aha! I knew it. There is a chat. I'm not kidding. I have a thing here called chat. But where's the chat? I think I just deleted it, to be honest with you guys. Whoops. I'll fix that later. We have it in here, right? Yeah, we see the chat there. We see chat here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just deleted it on the other one. Whoops. We finished Leon's campaign. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I can't wait. They've been remaking all the Resident Evils, basically. It's been kind of crazy, honestly. But I'm doing okay, by the way, Hina. I hope your ad is gone. Not sure how long the ad was. I can't see them redoing 6. They might. They're gonna redo 8 at this point. You are just now free from ad prison? How long was that? What? What? I'm offended on your behalf. I'm having a good day, eating and staying hydrated. I have water with me. As you can see, it is not full, which implies that I drank it. I didn't pour out that bit of water because water is precious. There's a food crisis in the world at the moment, and I shan't waste water. You had 4 ads. As for food, as you can see, I have something that's very appetizing. A Crunch candy bar for snacking. Although hope for 9, they do a big old Avengers Assemble kind of deal and resolve all the classic character stories if they haven't already. That would be pretty cool, actually. No, okay, I need to know, because I don't follow the Resident Evil story too much, especially the newer ones. Like, I know a lot about them just because everyone has streamed them, like from Kingdom Come to, like, you know what I mean, like Dami Mami. I know a lot about the damn games, the newer ones. But recently there was a DLC that came out with those goddamn mannequins, right? What the fuck? Oh, hold up. Let me close that so I don't get random bot messages. Crunch bars rule. Oh yeah, they're fucking great. Subscribe! Exclamation sub. What is that for? Nutty. This is such a dumb idea I had once, and I fucking love it. I fucking love it. I'm so glad, like, a casual idea is like, what if I make this dog sit on top of my head? Genius. So I put in the work to do it. just how it was in the game. It was such a dumb idea, but I love it. Resident Evil 8 DLC looks horrible. Yeah, the fucking mannequin thing. I saw that and I thought to myself, wait, this is the worst thing possible. It's really nice to see Sol for a bit today. Yeah, no, she has had some free time this past week, and this week she has a couple more days where she's free, but she still has to sleep early for work. So it's nice to be able to spend time with her or even game with her. Yeah, no, it's been forever. She hasn't really gotten to hang out much at all. So it is quite nice. No option to sub on mobile. Sag. I could gift you a sub. Technically, half of it comes back to me. I could gift you a sub. Have you played Five Nights Security Breach? This is a section of that game that scares the hell out of me. I haven't played much of the Five Nights at Freddy games. I played the original ones, but then I kind of watched the rest, I guess, for a while. Era. Ah, heck. That was kind of funky. What does it look like during the just chatting? Just chatting looks dope. Yeah. But in this scene, it looks kind of funky. Let me do some theory crafting. Here. Messing with my stuff. Okay, so this is the Sif hat, please. All right. Right. What if I move the fun train thing to the side over like so? And also make it a wee bit smaller. It looks so jank. It looks so jank. Hold up. I want to try something. This will totally work. It's a little jank, but Scuffsuga does what Scuffsuga does. Ooh, that kind of works actually. It kind of works actually. Oh, I like that. That's really cute. Thank you for gifting Snake a sub, by the way, Sunny. I appreciate that. I was actually thinking about gifting it to him myself. I'm like, what if? Because I get half of it, but it removes ads for people who are subbed. So I was like, what if I just gift it to you myself? It's like, it's not that much. It's just $2.50 that I technically lose. I want to see it. I want to see it reach the doggo. That's why I'm staring so intently right now. I'll be your sub. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hina? Nani? You're a dork. I just caught that with the soft salute. You're actually a dork. How have you been, Hina? But no, it has been really nice to be with Sophia. I miss her a lot. She's precious. Oh, I missed the fucking. I said I was gonna. What did it look like when I hit the doggo? Did I miss? Oh no. But I have been missing Sophia a lot, and recently we've been watching JoJo with Ernie in the VC as well, which has been nice. So we're just trying to find ways to squeeze in time when we can, more or less. Long distance relationship issues, but it has been nice. I'm just taking care of your sick son. Well, you tell him to stop being sick. Yeah, that's all you need to do. Just tell him, feel better, and I guarantee it, he will feel better 100%. Trust me, I'm a doctor. Not really. These are so cute though. Oh my god. Oh, that's kind of loud. Oh, look at him. I want to see the finishing bit of this. This is the best part about my Discord channel, honestly. Oh, look at the way the Shiba turns around to look at us. Did you guys see that? Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? That's so cute. Fuck. 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 Okay, there's one more. What is this one?
That didn't want a dog at first now makes many rodents for him.
We stay hungry, we devour. Put in the hours.
You need to be careful because it's hot.
Sorry, that was loud. I know it's loud. Aww. This is my mom right now. So my sister, she's dating someone right now, and he got a dog with her, kind of deal. So it's his dog, but it's technically my sister's dog. Basically, like she just takes care of him all the damn time. Whenever she brings her dog over to visit, just for casual fun, my mom treats. Oh, speaking of my sister, she liked this. That's my sister right there. She liked this. And basically, it's just my mom is so like, oh, we can never get a dog. I don't want a dog. I would never want a dog. How could I possibly take care of another dog? What the heck are you talking about? As soon as she sees Boba walking around, my sister's dog's name is Boba, as in Fett, not the T. And she just she spoils the heck out of the dog. She's like, she tries to sneak in snacks and stuff all the time, and Vivian was always like, Mom, stop doing that. He already ate. Stop overfeeding him. No, that's not good for him. He's gonna puke. My mom's like, look at him. He wants the food. He's so hungry. It's like, no, he wants the food because you're just giving him food. He's not hungry. He ate. It's so funny. I love it. Did I add it for you, Snake? I did. Perfect. Okay. Also, Dad treats dog like his own child. Yeah, that's how it is. It's always like that. It is always like that. It's so funny. It's actually so funny. But like I said, today I don't really know what I want to do. Queen Hina, I do hope your son feels better. I get it. I was a sick son once. I'm sure I worried my parents. I hope. It'd be weird if they didn't worry. But I hope your son feels better, Hina. Okay. I opened Steam, but I literally don't know what I want to do. Like, I could play more Overwatch. I could play more Elden Ring, because I haven't played that in a while, and I still haven't beaten that game, even though I really, really like that game. I could play Valorant. That's something I can do. I could also play. Markiplier does these kind of videos where it's like a pick your own adventure kind of storylines where you're like you're watching a video, it's like choose option A or choose option B, and it like trails off and you get like a bajillion different endings. I do want to do that one day on stream. We just go through it together and we basically play, but really we're just watching and reacting to it. But like it'd be really fun, I think, one day. It's a bipolar weather that's making folks sick. Yeah, no, today is freezing outside, but my room is really hot. But the weather's been like so up and down, back and forth. It's been kind of ridiculous, actually. Oh, also, I want to show you guys this. So I don't know if anyone knows, I have an archive channel. I have an archive channel on YouTube, right? And the idea of it is it's supposed to be an archive of streams, so that if eventually I had the brain or audacity or time or like skills, I could go back and edit stuff, I guess. in a way, because this way it lasts longer than Twitch's whatever time period it has, right? But someone commented this recently, like 23 hours ago, and I just caught it before I went live, and I don't know who this person is, but it's like, it's so wholesome. Like, is it a bot? Is it not? I don't know, but it's so wholesome. He says, not sure how I got here, but hopefully this channel blows up one day. Keep grinding, hits the archives, flex. And I'm like, what the fuck? There's nice people on YouTube? Mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing to me. Bum, 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 bum. You guys want to react to this? Hold up. Hold up. I just saw this video and I really want to react to it now. Thank you everyone for the vote. Well, of course, we wish the best for you, Hina. I honestly wish the best for you. It feels bad when people are hurt or sad or anything like that. I genuinely wish the best for people all the time.
Everyone?
Including me. The entire world's about to Peter Parker.
Everyone?
Including me.
Oh my god, Ned.
What is this? This is ridiculous already. Nani? Anime?
Please.
I love false translations.
Oh.
What the fuck? This poor little body has a weak immune system? What the heck?
Someone forgot to cast a spell to keep the pool seats tight.
He did because he forgot I now have hired beauties.
Hired duties?
The Sorcerer Supreme has hired beauties, yes.
What the fuck?
Who do we have? Right? Ah, here we go. Public masturbation.
Oh no.
What's the kick? Why don't you do it at home like the rest of us with a big flat screen TV, 50 channels?
I like the edit so far. This is they're mixing it quite nicely actually.
I was Spider-Man's guy in the chair.
I literally helped him Europeans.
So you were his main accomplice.
Okay.
What are you doing, detective? What are you doing talking to my client without me present? What'd you say to Babyface, huh? Did you say anything stupid? By anything stupid, I mean anything at all.
I would like to have my words stricken from the record.
Attention! This is Johnny Sins. I've taken the
Oh, no.
vow, and you have too.
What do you mean?
I put tracking devices in all of your balls.
Really?
And if I find out you come before December 1st, I'll fuck your mom, your wife, your sister, and you.
Not Johnny Sins. Oh no.
When I had the chance.
What did you just say?
I love these dumb. Anything that sounds like Bully Maguire or
Great, it's just some random guy.
I guess you just keep doing it until we find the real one.
Find Peter Parker!
I'm about to get DMCA'd or shut down. Wait, these are actual Peter Parker? The grandma, no. Guys, close your eyes. Close your eyes.
You know what's cooler than magic? Ah.
Don't do this.
I think I can you guys.
What do you mean, this?
Trust me, Peter. When you try to people, there are always consequences.
Just so you know, they're saying fix.
I refuse.
You don't have to come.
But the way they're
No, I'm something of a horny myself.
Butt ass naked?
You don't have to come.
What?
You know, because you're an octopus.
Well, yes, I am thirsty.
嫌いなことですか。そうですね。空気読めないってよく言われるんですよ。
This is so stupid.
それが嫌いなこと
But I love all Spider-Man edits. They're always so dumb and I love them.
新しいの買わなきゃ。
Oh god.
します。 するとしたものを蹴るものの。
Nani? All right, what's that thing you always say? Expect disappointment.
No. We're gonna kick some ass.
Some ass. That ass.
Why is Chica his inner demon? Why not, I guess. This channel has some really funny edits that are... Like, I remember seeing this one recently.
Peter Parker. I'm a photographer.
I remember seeing this one before.
Still got the moves.
And it's just like, it's just Peter Parker edits. Like, it's so stupid. It's stupid humor. But for some reason, it cracks me up.
Look at little Uncle Ben. Wanna cry?
It's so stupid.
How am I?
Oh no, the cameraman died. Perfect. YTPs are peak comedy to me. Like, it's so dumb, but like, it's so funny.
Whoa. This is exactly what I need to scoop Parker. Give me some of that back.
Oh God.
Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us.
Not Aunt May. Oh no. Like there, it's,
That's my problem.
oh my God, classic Bully Maguire. Fly. Like it's such dumb humor.
Strawberries.
But the Bully Maguire specifically Bully Maguire, I love so much. I made it into our lurk redemption. So if anyone ever lurks,
See you, chump.
no. Oh no. The cameraman just watching a murder happen. Tobey Maguire was great. Next week, Spider-Man 2, but he's a Giga Chat. Like, they're such dumb edits. And I fucking love it. I love it. It's so stupid, but it's so great. But yeah, if you guys ever want to lurk, feel free to use it. Oh no. Overwatch 2 is free, but I still feel scammed with that. That's so sad. The fucking hot dog, like, oh my God, he's dying. Wow. So sad. Bang. But yeah, I don't know what I want to do. What should I do? Anyone want to do anything? You guys want to do anything? I could just play Elden Ring and try to find my way and, you know. What the actual fuck is that? This game is great. It looks fucking yeah, I don't recommend it. This used to be a good game, now it doesn't even work for more than 5 minutes maximum. Oh, a game is bugged. Not my problem. Golf? Golf? You guys want to play golf? Back for Blood? Oh God, Devour. Fucking ugh. Recent games. Slay the Spire. Phasmophobia. Mortuary's Assistant. Backrooms Escape Together. Devour. Inside the Backrooms. Dead by Daylight. Visagi. Tekken 7. Among Us. Fall Guys. Lost Ark. The Quarry. Elden Ring. That's basically been the vibe. One of you is a monster can barely see, but you're super sensitive to noises. So we hunt off of sound. Is that what? Is that what it is? Oh wait, cool. This is kind of cool. Look at this. Play next. Players like you love these unplayed games in your library. Z1 Battle Royale. Didn't realize people still played that. Cyberpunk 2077. So I've yet to play that. Mad Father. Never played that. Hunt. Apparently I never played that. I could have sworn I played it before. Evil Within. Never played that. Though I've seen a lot of it. Amnesia. A Machine for Pigs. I heard was bad though. Dark Deception. Oh fuck. Quake Champions was actually fun. I played the beta. Skyrim. I played a lot of the Skyrim games back then. But it's cool that they have a section like this now. Ooh, this is something I want to do one day. The Defusing the Bomb game. That looks like a lot of fun. I play Among Us, so survivors have to be quiet while trying to work together to escape. I see. We're gonna get dinner first, so you kiddos have fun. No, you enjoy your dinner. Eat that dinner. Hey, Hawkeyes. You starting your vacation soon, right? I saw your little announcement. Hope that's going well. I'm not sure where you're going or what you're doing, but I hope that goes well. But yeah. Keep talking and nobody explodes. This is something I actually really want to play with someone at one point. Don't know how to, but I want to. Oh, No More Room in Hell. The Nonary games. I think Ray gifted us that one. I should probably get dinner too, to be honest with you. I fucking love it. Like, that's such a dumb way to announce your lurk. But, like, it gets my attention. Just like, see you, chump. And then the fucking music plays. I think it's Spider-Man 3, like, the bad Venom sound. Up to New York for the Hawklet's first birthday. Oh, that's awesome. Should be fun. Thanks. I hope you have a fantastic day. If you have a VR, keep talking and nobody explodes is fantastic. I do not have VR. I'm too broke for VR. Unfortunately. The Letter. I feel like I played this before. What's the second game in Ori? Do you guys know? Hitsu, here's something for you to enjoy. It's wholesome. Let me see. Will of the Wisp. I have played the first one, and it says I have 0 hours on it. So that's cap! I'm not even gonna try to do the accent. That's fucking phenomenal. Peak. This is cinema at its finest. Peak. Peak. Oh, it's a YouTube. So yeah, no, I played this one then, but it says I have 0 minutes played in it. But I'm pretty sure I have no achievements in it. I know I played this. What? I bought the game to play it ages ago. What? Where are my achievements? He gave you an offer you couldn't refuse? Yeah, he really did. Subnautica I've never played. Call of Cthulhu I've never played. Pathological 2. What's that? It's spooky. But yeah. Have friends in Discord, but don't share screen yet to describe what's going on while they try to figure out to disarm it. Gotcha. It seems like a game I could really enjoy. What just happened? I'm getting my phone vibrating. Oh, it's from the tweet. That makes sense. But there's licensed music you can't toggle off, so don't record any VODs if you play on stream. I probably will. If I ever do, I probably would, because I'm big stupid. It's very fun, but very stressful. That's the kind of vibe I like, you know? Oh, Bastion was such a good game. I enjoyed the hell out of Bastion. The narrator specifically in Bastion is fucking A tier. If anyone has not played it yet, I definitely recommend it. Which just reminded me, they actually have a game. I haven't played it. The people who made this, I think they made Hades. I haven't played Hades yet. Because I played the second game that they made as well. Forgot what it was called. What was it called? Let me just click on their... Damn, isn't it like a company? Isn't there like a company? Like where a place I can access the team that made it? How do I find who made it? Store page, maybe? Okay, it was Supergiant Games. I'm not trolling. Okay, Transistor. I played this one. Also really fucking good game. I don't think I've ever played Pyre. And I meant to play it at some point, but I never did. And then Hades came out, and I also meant to play Hades, but that's also when I kind of just quit streaming. So, yeah, the soundtrack from that game was fucking amazing. I wholeheartedly loved this game. It was so well done.
But making enemies.
Yeah, just listening to it again. Oh god, this reminds me of another game.
We got 4 problems.
I watched a person play this way back when. Moses. I watched him play it way back when. It's a bullet time game that had a very cool animation, like how they went about the boss fights and stuff. Bullet time game. I don't know. It's not bullet time. It's not bullet. It's probably in my library actually. I can find it. Drawful, Elden Ring, Fall Guys, update queued. Oh, this is a great game, by the way, if anyone hasn't played it yet. Great fucking game. Yeah, I have Pyre. I never got to play it. I meant to, but I never got to play it. Sekiro was really cool. Sigils of Elohim. What was that damn game called? It's a bullet hell game. And fuck, this is gonna bother me. I don't remember what it's called. I'm thinking Peas, that's why I went to Pyre. But you could you fought like these really intense battles. Oh my god. Here, hold up. Let me find this. Bullet hell games. What the fuck? Oh, it's this thingy. It's this thingy. It's Fury. I don't have Fury. I might have illegally downloaded that game, to be completely honest with you. This game. If you haven't played, it's a proper bullet hell game, right? But like, it was such a unique fucking experience as a bullet hell game. I don't think I played anything quite like it yet. And it's pretty fucking phenomenal. You can see the unique character designs already in a bullet hell game. Like, look at this shit. Great like cinematic views, great pacing. The story is kind of simple. but it's also thoughtful. I really enjoyed this game, actually. Damn, this is bringing back memories. And the soundtrack and this is fucking fire. And you can like do combos, like you're dodging bullets, but then you get up close and you have to do like, it's crazy. Like it's the kind gameplay is fucking insane. I'm surprised you knew that, Damien, because I couldn't figure it out. But like the gameplay is actually insane. Is there like gameplay video? So like this is kind of the gameplay here. You're running around. It's a bullet hell. You're dodging the boss and whatever, and you're also fighting the boss. See, you see, like it's such a unique like method of gameplay. It feels like. And you got dashes. I want to see you like go crazy with the bullet hell stuff though. And then you got like the crazy bullet hell stuff. Like it, you're trying to do damage while dodging all this stuff. It's actually so fun. It's $5 for me. Yeah, no, it's. I think back then it was more, but conceptually, it's really unique. Oh, it's on deal right now. Actually, that's pretty cool. What's that edition? I don't know what that edition is. Oh, the soundtrack. Okay. I wonder if they made anything else. They made a game called Haven. They were getting it on there. Hold up. That was kind of a spicy scene. But it doesn't seem like they've made much. And Fury is definitely one of the a hidden type of game. Does it seem like a 2016 game? It was at the time it came out, I will say I think it was ahead of its time. Because there's obviously other bullet hells and stuff, but like it wasn't until Enter the Gungeon. And this one came out around the same time, but this one caught the eyes of people a lot more. But I'm not sure if did it actually come out on this day. I think it was just a beta at that day, like at that time. I'm not entirely sure, but Fury was fully complete on launch. But it was just really fun to play. But yeah, sorry, that was a complete side topic. I got the 100% trophy for Enter the Gungeon. I've never played it. I probably would enjoy it. I just have never played it. No time to explain. Hold up. I got this game? No shot. That's crazy. Neo, I've never played. I want to. Nier Automata, I'm working on a script for a video because I want to make a video for this explaining why I actually really like this game and how I think this game is very thoughtful, actually. So I do want to put some time into it, but no video yet. That's really it. Mistover. Oh, I got to play this. This game had such potential and it just died off. It felt like. Oh no! Mistover service termination notice. Oh, that's so sad. We first launched in 2019 and made a difficult decision to close the server for this much loved game, effective June 30. Oh, that's so sad. So I can still play, but there's no more service. This game was really fun, and I got to play it at TwitchCon, and it was really well done, honestly. I had a badge for it or something. But it's unfortunate that they dropped, actually. They just didn't catch enough eyes, I think. And then like COVID hit like right afterwards. So Life is Strange is great. Isn't there a new Life is Strange? After this one. With the brothers. I don't think I played that one. And it's something I want to play at some point. because I'm a big fan of the universe. Human Fall Flat. New level available. Take on the tower. All right. When I get a chance, me and Sophia are gonna play this. We're gonna play this level together, and we'll play with people on stream as well. True Colors. Oh, is that what it's called? Life is Strange True Colors. Okay, I want to play that as well. How much is that right now? Actually, Hat in Time is fun. Halo Infinite. I need to play through the story at some point. Gun Monkeys. That's really it. Note of Duty. Galactic Civilization. And it's just like the Elder Scroll games. Elden Ring. Dream Daddy. That was a fun game. Oh, it's definitely a fun game. I've never played Death Stranding. I didn't even realize they had it, to be honest with you. Is this worth playing? I just remember it being a walking simulator. I feel like it's just better to just watch someone play it and like skip all the boring stuff. Low key. Code Vein was good. Celeste, phenomenal game. Oh, I was actually pretty close to 100%ing this. Cool. Oh, Bullet Hell games, Bright Memory. We played that. Brawlhalla, great. Borderlands 2, I played it, but not on PC. I forgot Battlerite existed. It's interesting to go back in your like library and just be like, oh yeah, these games existed. And now no one cares. Which is kind of interesting. Human Fall Flat. Yeah, it'd be nice to play Human Fall Flat again. All right, I'm gonna look up Life is Strange True Colors. Oh god, it's still $60. Fucking Square Enix, dudes. What the fuck? Damn it. Okay. I will play it eventually after it goes on sale. I'm not in a rush to play it. Hades is on Game Pass if you want to play that. Is it? Game Pass. Xbox. Wait, True Colors is? For real, for real? Fucking Doom. I love that Doom's on there. Back for Blood. One day we can play this. I need to set up a day where we like gather as a group where we can actually play Back for Blood together. Just for fun. I'm waiting for the second Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I think they're making a new one. Tell me why. I thought that was it. It kind of had the splash art similar to it. Hold up. This is definitely the Life is Strange guys. Yeah, these are the Don't Nod guys. What the hell is this? Latest narrative adventure game from Don't Nod Entertainment, the studio behind the beloved franchise Life is Strange. In this intimate mystery, reunited twins Tyler and Allison Ronan used their supernatural bond to unravel the memories of their loving but troubled childhood. Set in the beautiful small town Alaska, Tell Me Why features true-to-life characters, mature themes, and gripping choices. Didn't know that was a thing. That's pretty cool, actually, that they made in the game. They removed Hades. Oh, that's unfortunate. I might play True Colors then sometime this month. Maybe. That could be a good way to chill. I'll probably cry. Knowing me, I might cry on stream. I'm a big baby. Loot River. That's good to know. Huh. I need to look at Game Pass more often. Inscription. Is this game good? Hey there, card gamers. I've seen bits of it. I don't know. Anywho, For what I'm going to do now. What am I going to do now? People I've seen play this really like it. I don't like card games. I've seen it, but I don't know how good it actually is, because card games for me are hit or miss. But that game in particular looked interesting. I guess, what the hell is this? Tricked to an ancient book, Laurelyn summons a demon to her home. Nightbook's an interactive occult thriller movie created and locked down from the publisher of The Complex, 5 Dates, and Made of Skur. Fantastic, because I think I played Late Shift before. Did I not? I think I played this before and I refunded it after we finished it. I think that's what I did. Oh, that'd be so bad.
You look perfect. How depressing.
You just want you to know how to break it? Okay. Oh, what's this? This one looks cute. Looks a bit too cute. Screen looks messy. I'm not sure if I'd enjoy playing this. The reviews are good though. The reviews are good though. Okay, so I'm thinking we can either do Overwatch or Phasmo. I might chill in Overwatch and play a little ranked. And then if we want to switch to Phasmo later, I'm also down. Unless other people want to join and play some Overwatch. Because Valorant, although I'd be down, I haven't updated it. I'm pretty sure I need to update it. There's other games we saw that we could definitely play. At some point, I need to set up a proper stream date with Neo to play the Backrooms game. I forgot about this game, Ghostwire. Was this good? I completely forgot about that game. It was okay. So great idea, but they failed the execution type of deal. Yeah, I think that's the play here. The Entropy Center. Oh, that one sounds really interesting. This. Okay. Think in reverse. Outsmart the impossible. Mind-bending first-person adventure where you solve ingenious and complex puzzles by rewinding objects through time. That's pretty cool. So, Overwatch. We're down. And then maybe we get to come together and play some... Why am I blinking? Phasmo? Or anything else. And then later on, I'll figure out what to actually play. I could do Elden Ring as well. I kind of want to do Elden Ring. But if people want to play Overwatch, I'm down. And then, like, sometime this week we can play golf with everyone. Or like a time where I can stream earlier, so you get more EU folks to hang out, and we could like have like a hangout day where we all game. That could be fun. Probably like Saturday if we're not doing a movie night. We could do a movie night this weekend as well. We didn't do one last weekend, so I don't know. Gamers. But for now, I'm gonna launch Overwatch. Then we can just mess around in it. It's fun to mess around in Overwatch. If anyone wants to play, let me know. Hop in. And if so, I'll hop in the VC at some point as well. Let me play some music. Will it pop up? Am I even capturing the right game? I am. There it is. Hey. Let's see how smooth the game is. Right? Let's see how smooth this game feels.
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
Okay.
Triple kill.
Doesn't feel so bad actually.
Triple kill. Quadruple kill. Double.
My frames aren't too bad right now. My frames aren't too bad right now. Hold up. Am I feeling the aim as well? As soon as I make a comment about the aim, I fucking miss. That's great. That's actually iconic.
Double kill. Double kill.
I got to play a little bit with Sophia today. Maybe that's why I feel like playing Overwatch. That's probably why. I miss Sophia. So I'm probably like, I want to play some Overwatch because I was playing with Sophia earlier today. Bum, 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 bum.
Double. Triple kill.
No!
I'll never miss my
Alright.
mark.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, did I reload there? What? Fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I want to try something. If I shoot once and then I throw that. I want to try something. I'm done for Overwatch when I'm done eating. I bet we can play some Overwatch then. I'll make a lobby here. I want to try something though. Hold up. Okay, no, I just reloaded during it. Ichi, ni, san, shi, go, roku. Oh my god. Now that I'm super hyper focused about it, I'm missing.
Double. Triple kill.
That's where it hurts.
Double. Triple kill.
Ah! Ah! Did you guys know you can actually jump and dash with McCree? Like midair? I didn't know you could do that. And did you also know that it reduces damage? And then did you also know that if you do the regular Sojourn slide, it's not as high, it doesn't jump as high, it's as if you would do a jump than a slide. You actually jump higher. Like not much higher, but a smidge higher. And it makes a world of a difference apparently. I'm pretty sure I can get up there, so I can get up there easily. But it makes enough of a difference where you can be like, oh wait, pretty neat. You should always jump first then apparently, just to get a bit higher.
Railgun powered and ready to fight. That's just embarrassing. Pinpoint accuracy. Triple.
Boop. 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 I want to see something. Oh, thank you for switching the game tally. Okay. I'll see at what bullet it starts getting inaccurate. around 15 bullets. Is that what that was? Oh, it's a bit earlier than that. Is that 9? 9, because it was already starting to go. Oh, you said 9. I should just look in chat. Okay, because like yeah, after that was 11 bullets, but it was losing accuracy beforehand. So.
Railgun charged.
But how much can you realistically get away with?
Railgun still at full power.
About 15 bullets. You can get away with 15 bullets. Okay. Because 9 is when like it starts, but 15 bullets is like right before it gets crazy.
Doesn't get better than that.
Cool. Anywho, I'm gonna leave. If anyone wants to join, take something now or forever hold your peace. Because then I'll probably just play a quick competitive one or something. Just see how the games go.
Hello.
Hello.
God, I forgot to turn your stream off. No, I'm hearing double.
Hear your own voice. Suffer.
No. If there's one voice I hate, it's mine.
That's good. Wait, should I invite Marcy?
Volume on Discord is all over the place. Sometimes you're super loud, and other times you're barely audible.
I'm just chaotic. My voice
Keeps me on my toes, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Hitsu, when you were going on about Fury in the stream, I absolutely was trying for the last 10 minutes to buy it you on Steam.
Buy what?
Fury.
Oh, you were gonna try. You wanted to buy it?
Yeah, but I can't gift it to another region while it's on sale because there's a difference in how much it costs between regions.
Oh, you're trying to buy me it?
Yeah.
I already played it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about it in such a fond memory.
Ah.
Play a few games with me. Ouchie, by the way. No, that's fine. Does anyone else want to join real quick? If not, I'm just gonna chill with Damien for a bit.
Woo.
Any rule.
The classic team of Hitsu and the Brit. That isn't Snake. Or one of the many other Brits.
Yeah.
Oh, what is this?
I don't know what I did wrong. I fucked everything up. Help.
Why is there a guy called These Nutties?
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower.
In trainer.
I'm pretty sure I just fucked it. I just pulled us out of a game.
Someone needs to.
So this is just a aim trainer.
Oh, let's work on my aim. Oh my god.
Oh. My aim isn't good off. You wonder? What do you wonder, Tally?
Come on down. That's one for you, I guess.
Actually, no, I need to switch here.
I can't ult? Why can't I ult? Yeah, fun that would be to ult as a McCree right now.
Quadruple kill.
Okay, hold up. Hello, Winston. Goodbye, Winston. Hello, Hammond. Hello, Reinhardt.
hard to gauge how far away they are.
Playing Hanzo. If the gifty logs into the Steam of VMP under the same region as the gifter, I wonder if it worked.
Oh, it probably would. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
VPN right now.
Well, Sunny's the best chance to figure out because Sunny actually was in Inglando for a second.
Oh,
and I think she wasn't able to. She was still considered a North American gamer.
So I could change it in the Steam settings, I think, and do it that way. It just means I'll be charged in dollars instead. But
yeah, I think that's what the idea is. So it could be cheaper, but you still have to pay for conversions and stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
I missed.
It sucks when the one I'm going for just happens to die.
Haha, I killed that one. I saw you aiming for it.
I'm not playing Widow for this. Oh, headshot. Oh, double.
He's becoming a Hanzo god already.
Missed every storm arrow.
Don't worry, that's normal for all Hanzos.
I know, I watched you do it like 3 times the other day.
It's zoning arrows.
Let's nail someone with those.
Goodbye indeed. Hold up, I need to work on the flicks.
What's the benefit
use
of
it.
flicking like that? I understood it.
Flicking is for when they do something unexpected and you need to flick.
Okay.
Because my flicks are definitely off. I can track in Overwatch, but I can't flick in Overwatch.
Oh, I just headshot that Lucy out of the sky.
Not hitting a single flick. Holy shit. Flicking? Yeah, I know. I know, Neo. I know. When are we gaming, sir?
Oh, I can heal.
Yeah, and I can't ult. It's cringe.
Oh, maybe it's because it's only certain characters that are.
Yeah, I think you can ult a Sojourn as well.
I mean, to be fair, you don't really need to work on your aim with Bastion. You hold the button down till someone dies.
Flick! 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 Got her! Flick! Missed! Flick! Missed! Flick! Got her!
Oh, it just flicked X.
Missed! Missed! I need to remember it's hit scan, so I'm not flicking. I need to actually aim the flick.
Oh, I headshot Sigma. Landed 3 of my storm arrows on Roadhog.
Fuck me. My flickers are... I'm not the gamer I used to be.
Headshot Symmetra. I mugged that right now.
Boop, 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 boop. Oi! I didn't flick.
Chew on that.
Now, Tally, old Grandpa Hitsu struggling. Yeah, I'm washed up. Old Hitsu can't hit the shots anymore. I can't flick.
Keep your head out of the clouds. You tangled with the wrong man. It's a cold day.
Oh god, I'm like going over. My sensitivity is not right for Overwatch, probably, actually. At least vertically.
Yeah, I'm not used to having to aim this high. I think that might be what's throwing me off a bit.
This is for the Fair Mercies. Oh, do you want to play actually some Overwatch, Neo? I'd be down.
Go ahead.
It was your fate to fall. With discipline comes focus.
Okay, let's try his game character. One that I struggle with a lot is Widow.
You are not as useless as I expected.
Do you struggle?
With Widow? Absolutely.
You instantly hit a headshot as soon as you said it. That's why I said, do you struggle?
Right, yeah, that's good. To be fair, it was one of those where it just comes up straight in the middle and you just have to hit in the arc. I think I need to up my sensitivity as Widow when aiming that sight.
Come here, Widow Bean! Oh my god.
There is no escape.
Hanzo is so much predictive, like... Everyone always fucking wiggles around in midair. Fucking bullies.
Okay, I'm starting to think my sensitivity was just too low.
Notoriety comes at a cost.
I can't hit the Kiriko.
No one can hide from life.
I can see them all.
My bite is
Oh. Oh, I wanted that one so bad.
Ammo. I can't miss. Oh, this is the buff Widowmaker desperately needed.
Skill issue. He's having trouble with the vertical. Skill issue. I am having trouble. The whole jumping around thing is partially why I don't play games like Overwatch. I hate the whole jumping around thing, like jumping around and shooting. Like the whole entire, like, doing this stuff.
Yeah, I've got sick of that in Call of Duty already. It's only been out a week.
Can I even do it?
You will soon
I can't predict that. It's actually kind of good training.
Oh, double kill.
No one can hide.
Walking around like this. Kind of, my wiggling accounts for their lack of wiggling.
It's like the other day when you oh, damn. Yeah, it's like the other day when you couldn't shoot someone who was standing still because you were expecting them to move.
Yeah. It's always the still targets that are the hardest.
Okay, I might actually be pretty good at Widow. I'm just gonna throw myself off the cliff now. Don't mind me.
No!
Oh, come on.
I have a gritty shooter that have two teams on a pogo sticks bouncing around. No, I get that.
Oh,
I get that.
I thought this would be
I
playing
can
on
probably
hard mode.
demonstrate it.
I was wrong.
Like this whole entire jumping around with ADS bullshit. Oi.
It's really hard to gauge the distance for the explosive mine.
No, I feel that. But did you want to play, Neo?
You had it coming.
Also hit scan.
My characters hit scan if I believe hard enough.
How slow do I have to shoot for this to reset?
I Genji.
Wait, what happened?
Oh my god, who's in this Cassidy?
You just spamming right click?
Yeah.
Spending lives like double.
It was like me when I figured out I could infinitely fire as a Widow. Oh, actually, no, this one actually somewhat particularly stuck on.
Ooh, the torment that awaits you.
This one that was a headshot.
Angela's singing with angels now.
So, like, I can track. I don't have an issue tracking. I can't flick right now, though. Or at least in this game, anyways.
Follow me into the shadows. You are coming back. Better get digging. Your debt can't do double. Triple. Better get digging, Bob.
Ooh. So many tanks!
Yeah, I'm about to say, what the hell?
Nani?
Me impressed.
One less.
Solved our little round. Double.
My aim, what's the code for?
I'm guessing so you can get into this exact session again.
Oh, that makes sense. Like, you want to hang out with the friends, the pals.
Yeah, it was a...
Oh, didn't kill her.
Double. It's getting out of my riding ahead. Double.
Damn, this is hard. Trying to
Kiriko them?
Yeah, trying to Kiriko them is just not going well.
I want to try that. Burn! That's
It's hard to figure out
Nyada!
how much I have to lead them by. It's less than you'd think.
It is less than you think normally.
Like, her projectiles are really fast.
Out with the old.
Headshot right now. Nope.
I'll hit this eventually. Gotta kill. I'll take that dub. I'll try Baptiste. Does Baptiste hit scan?
I think he is. Oh, I just got a headshot on the Kiriko.
He is hit scan. Just hit them with the Apex. Also, yes, Hitsu. I mean, I know I can hit them with the Apex, but that's like the easy way out.
Yeah. I had to stop doing that on Widow because I realized that's why I was hitting so many heads anymore.
My tyranny continues.
Or if I hit them on the Apex, I try to hit them at least once more on the way down. Like with that jump. Like with that jump we just did.
I wonder if she has the same projectile speed as Hanzo.
Can you imagine if an enemy team was doing this to you at a choke point? Like, I'd be terrified.
They're just fucking dancing around the sky.
Bouncing back and forth with a hail of bullets coming at you. Just kill Bastion. Oh, I just headshot Hammond. He's nearly dead. Bang it.
One after another. Did you think you were safe up there?
If I have one complaint about this map, it's all these Widowmakers killing my targets right as I try to hit them.
How dare they?
Yeah. How dare they try to improve their aim?
He could definitely need to hit headshots of her thing. Otherwise, she does.
Yeah, it's like
she
20
tickles.
damage outside of headshot, 120 with headshot.
Spam it. Fuck my accuracy. You're mine, Junkrat. You're mine. You don't know yet, but you're mine. Once I hit that, yeah, I'm fast as fuck, boy.
Hit maybe 3 kunai.
Don't worry about it.
The street.
What the Kitsune guide you? We go again.
See, I think Sojo's. Oh damn.
Her projectile is so fast. All right, if you want to play, let me know when you're on. We're in the VC. Come join us. Come join us. It'd be fun to play with you.
Yeah, that projectile's perfect for this because you do have to kind of lead it. And then her railgun is obviously hit scan.
I want to hit someone. I want to sleep someone.
Oh, you know,
talk with people.
I'll take that challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, come talk to us. We don't fight. Oh, I put the diva to sleep.
Oh, I see it.
First shot.
Look, guys, I can take care of all the Genjis.
Okay, let's see if I can put another diva to sleep. Nope. Oh, you broke that one's met.
Not the first, not the last.
Does this hit scan? Or is it projectile?
When she ADSs, it's hit scan. When she doesn't ADS, it's a projectile.
Oh,
You
yeah.
technically should never really ADS with her though, because you shoot slower. But I don't know her projectile speed.
I put diva to sleep again.
Get in there.
Whoa. Do the damage. I'm gonna hit my anti-nade. Didn't. I didn't though. I have the power.
I'll put Roadhog to sleep. Damn it. Try and hit him with an ult.
With the Hanzo. I missed the Hanzo.
The chances is 2 of them. I killed both those Hanzos.
Her projectile speed is like.
It's pretty fast.
The fucking sleep is fast, but like I can't gauge the distance.
Kill confirmed.
Not that I'm gonna play this character.
Honestly, I think she's one of like the most. I slept Roadhog again.
I woke him up.
Biotic grenade. Oh god, I hit him.
Wow. You
I
play
think I am really good at Zana. I'm trying to hit them with the sleep when they're falling, so I don't, go for the easy shot of hitting them on the apex again.
Yo, powered up!
I like how you did that rise I threw myself off the cliff.
I empowered falling.
It's like, time to switch character. Throw self off cliff. Right.
Yeah, hold up. Shit! Fuck. Oh, Neo got on. I'm gonna leave the game.
No, I need to hit someone with a knife. Oh, I technically hit that guy with a knife.
My bite is fatal.
Neo got on. Neo got on.
Ah. Okay, one more try. Where are you? I hit him! Yes! Okay, I'm good. We can leave.
I'm actually running out of mouse space. I need to competitive aim mindset this. Why can't I hit my sleeps? Depends.
You hit none so far.
I've hit 0.
Damn, Damien is better sniper confirmed.
Yeah.
Actually, to be fair, I actually do play Ana, so fair enough, really. Damn it.
It's farther than I think it is.
It really is. I mean, try what I'm doing. I'm trying to hit with a throwing knife. I'm managing it. Is she flying towards us now? I think I've broken her pathing. Or is this flying towards us now? Because I hit her with the knife.
That's not the person I was aiming for, though!
Hey, you hit one. Who cares? You take these sleeps.
Okay. I need a...
I'd say, don't leave it. I want to try something. I hit the wrecking ball.
I need
my... Oh my god!
He got so close to me. You pulled him.
Yeah, he did. That's what happens after I hit
No!
them with my knife.
That would have slept him! Fuck you!
What?
The widow! Killed the person I was gonna sleep!
You're powered up. Get
Power up, widow. Hacking jerk.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm 96 on my ult. I want to fly out there with my ult.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Sunny.
Okay,
I'm gonna
ready?
get this tracer. Push Shazam!
Nope.
Eat the wrecking ball!
I thought for sure.
Hey, how are you doing, JB?
Oh, that was funny.
Right.
Yeah.
Hi, Sunny, as well. I didn't hear you. I did hear you, but I really wanted to hit a sleep dart, and I couldn't hit the people I was aiming at, so I'm sad.
Oh.
I got Neo. Invited Neo. And then, did you want to play? Are you done, Sunny?
Oh yeah, I'm just opening the game.
Okay, perfect. I'll invite you as well then. Yes, JB, when are you streaming again so I can make you do push-ups?
Alright. It's a weird one.
What's wrong with that?
Not at all what I was expecting you to say.
you have expectations of me? Nani? Soon, TM. We shall see. We shall see. How late is it for you? Did you want to come play? If not, go to sleep.
Do it. We need.
What the heck are you doing? Get some rest. I snapped. Neo doesn't want to join.
To cover for when Hitsu misses all of his shots again.
Era.
Ada?
I need to make a Powder emote. Or not emote. A redemption. That's something I have to do next. Ara. I don't think there's any green. There has to be green screens.
Oh, skirmish. Damn it. I was like, damn, they re-added Blizzard World to the game?
Get played. I debated you.
Why?
It's a good map. What do you mean?
Have you not seen Blizzard World?
Toying with me. Oh damn it, I got sniped from behind by a widow. No! I feel cheated.
He tried to boot me off. How rude.
You won't get the best of me.
It's actually quick thinking on my part. I'm proud of myself for that one. Where did I go? You don't know. You don't know Neo. You don't know where I went. Ah. You fucked up my body.
That's a quote.
It is, I guess.
Oh, leave me alone. I'm headshotting Widowmaker. Screw you, little tofu.
Burn, Neo.
Fucking.
Okay, Jitsu.
No! Alright, I gotta play some. I gotta play something a little less Hanzo next time.
Arriving at Watchpoint Gibraltar.
I was just thinking to myself, I was like, damn, he's having a real hard time trying to kill me. Oh, he's not shooting. He's just strafing.
I was trying to time my strafe when you were about to shoot.
Yeah. I got headshot from behind by Widowmaker.
And then I got booped off. Or almost booped off, rather. I love you, Neo. Annyeong. Haseyo.
Want to know the bounty Talon had on you?
Higher or lower than the one on Amari?
Lower. Damn it.
Oh, that's a fun interaction. I like that.
I'll show you a magic trick.
Looks like that apple a day thing didn't work.
Hey.
Quick as I used to be.
That was
but
pretty
I'm
cool,
still
huh?
The fastest gun in the New West.
Here, I want to say it like this.
I think I can hear a Reaper.
Yeah, they're chilling outside the door.
Oh.
Can I make him regret it?
Well, they can get fucked.
That's some instant regret shenanigans right there. Ah! I should have right-clicked it, I think. If I right-clicked it, I would have killed him. Would it work, though? If I right-clicked it? Can I break the immortality field?
Lucky shot.
Beautiful sight.
I'm trying my best.
I'm trying to heal too.
You're good, you're fine.
Don't die.
You have so much health to heal, it tastes like my fire clip. Oh damn, they switched to bitch. Wow. Good job.
Arigato. Ah ha ha! Someone's gonna get played. That's me! That someone is me! I thought only
I
one
chose
of
to
them
either
spawned.
heal you, ult you, or damage the enemies, and I chose to shoot the enemies for some reason. I don't know why.
Good job.
I mean, it's worth it. I thought there was only gonna be one of them. There's like all of them. He's back to not. He does not have people in his sights. That was not the case.
How's my KD?
That's my KD.
Oh damn. I just surge on railgun. You know, Hanzo, if you tried to dodge the bullets, I wouldn't have to keep healing you. He literally just stood there and took the entire Sojourn salvo.
Did I solo ult to Moira? Ya bet your ass I did.
Yeah, I mean, hell, I'd solo ult Moira, the amount of damage she does. Practically another DPS.
She has a DPS, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely. I don't play her as a healer. If I'm healing as Moira, the other healer isn't doing good enough.
I lost as well. This is Overwatch 1. It's actually Overwatch 3. Believe it or not.
Actually, Overwatch 2.5 HD edition for the PS4.
Oh, is it? Oh, fuck. It's not 3. I'm trolling. How are you doing, Jay? Long time no chat.
I did the best I could before I died.
Funny about this? You're about to die for trying to fight me.
Oh my god, fucking Hanzo. You don't need healing.
I need healing.
I need healing.
If I hide here, I'll be good. Oi, that was fucking rude. Overwatch hentai though?
For a while there,
Nutty?
I thought. For a while there, I thought Hitsu was the Hanzo, so I didn't want to say anything about the constant "I need healing" spam.
Alright, hold on.
So I saw that he was McCree. About to turn in the bounty on you.
Alright, Hanzo, I refuse to heal you.
Oh,
Heal you
I'm
before.
dying.
Damn! Fucking hard.
He's a very big junker boy. You got me a pro job? Like a professional job? What does a professional job even imply?
Like an actual full-paying job, I'd imagine. I couldn't
go for it, Hanzo. Go for it. Go for it, Hanzo. I'm literally making them all low for you.
Considering they don't have a shield, man, let's get ult. You know, you can ult. I don't have a single shield to block your ult. Never mind, we won. Oh, and the one last I need healing. Oh, that was Sunny.
Did you get play? I want you guys to see this play if it's the one I think it is. Basically, everyone he kills are people I lit up. Oh, that was a headshot. That doesn't count.
Yeah, about to say, at least he headshot him.
I took that one though.
You can see the bullets coming in.
I need healing.
Ooh, 56 on the battle pass.
How are you, Neo?
I'm doing well. How are you, Hitsu?
No.
Sunny.
I was gonna. I was feeling pretty good after I bullied you on Twitter.
Oh yeah? Are you proud of yourself?
Yeah, and then other people got involved too.
Isn't that what Twitter's for? Just bullying people?
Pretty much.
I don't know. I'm old. Technology scares me.
I think even Ernie got in on it.
Or yeah, Ernie did.
Came out of nowhere, and I was like, "Oh, that's fantastic!" I didn't even say anything, and you just hopped in.
Let's look at Twitter now. See what happened.
Yeah. Oh, let's see the tweet threads.
Oh, my nieces made me feel incredibly old today.
How did you do that?
Well, they love the Pokemon games, and so I brought over my old Game Boy Advance SP with my original copy of like Pokemon Emerald in it, because they haven't played it. And I was like, you know, I'll give it to them, let them try it. What's the worst that could happen? They break it. Oh well. Immediately, I open it up, I turn it on, I hand it to them. One of them touches the screen. I was like, damn, that makes me feel old.
Damn, wait, they touched the screen?
Yeah, they tried touching the screen.
Back in my day, we used to wind up phones.
Wind up
phones. Day, we didn't have lights on our screens.
Yeah.
Back in my days, that's used the lamppost. Oh, if I hit the headshot, I would have killed him. But I did not. What do you mean?
Ending right before I died.
Researching purposes, Jay. What do you mean? Are you telling me you're a horny on main kind of guy?
Also, I'm super sad. The game that Reinhardt slammed you into the wall. I snuck up behind you as Genji. I was about to headshot you and then dash through you.
Oh, how dare you.
And then suddenly you just were so much more to the left than you were like before.
What can I say? I'm smooth. Oh, I want to play Torbjorn.
Torbjorn.
Fuck the rules.
Baptiste, was it? How did a mercenary?
Do I know how to play Torb? Hell no.
Or turret, shoot gun, be small and angry. Drink beer. Done.
So is he actually a human?
Yeah.
Okay, there's not like a race
I
of
think he
dwarves
actually
in the game
has
right?
like mild dwarfism, I think.
Show them what you
Okay, so it's like proper.
But yeah, he's Brigitte's father, I think.
Kinda cool.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Oh, hello.
Oh, fucking hell.
Jesus, he got hit fast.
He wasn't fucking moving, to be fair.
Reaper up above us.
No. Where he go? Where he go?
No!
I'm coming! Ow. Don't worry, my turret's doing work apparently. Let's go! Go turret!
This Tomb Fist is not very good.
Definitely going crazy.
Huh?
I'd say this Reaper's pretty good, but it doesn't take much to just aim vaguely in the direction of somebody.
Okay,
we gotta do like goddamn Kiriko.
Wait, I didn't mean to do that. I got rid of my turret. That's so sad.
Oh. Yeah, and you have to wait like 10 seconds to place another one down.
Yeah. My turret was doing a lot of work. Shame.
Oh, yeah, I should.
Wait. Oh, they're not capping for some reason.
That's safe, Sonny. Keeping your tops up. I put someone to sleep, I don't know who. Oh, you went behind the phone booth.
I missed it.
Aha. Ow.
Don't worry.
I put the Reaper to sleep. There was an Ash behind him.
All right. I'm ready for the Ana ult. I'm gonna hammer him.
Oh god, I want to play that boss mode again. That was so funny.
I want to do that at some point yet, as well. I haven't played it yet.
The boss, the one with the big boss versus all the tiny people. We played it last time. Oh, don't die.
Get played.
Hit it, let me know when you want the buff.
Soon. Okay, now. I'm coming for you!
Oh, your turret went bob up.
They lit me up.
And proceeded to die.
They melted me.
Not too surprising, to be fair.
That's sad. How do I play Echo?
Lucio got behind us.
Gaining altitude.
Doomfist got behind us. Again, not too surprising, really. Why are you playing Echo? No, never mind. I love Echo.
Taking flight.
I'm out of here, fool!
Stabilizing system core.
Stash, jackass. Whoa, no.
I'm out of here, fools! This is so weird.
Just see critical health across the world. I'm assuming that's you, Hitsu.
Probably is.
God, if the impact doesn't kill you, the slower meteor strike makes sure you die.
No! Did I get headshot by Kiriko? I did, didn't I? Yeah. I did. That was rude.
Couldn't get out of the base, I'm just being punched around by Doomfist.
Oh. Echo's bad! I couldn't do anything. I'm just bad with Echo.
To be fair, that probably did do some favors.
That's true.
That one probably hurt.
Oh my god, I've never actually seen Reaper in Kiriko before.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. Kiriko is
Plus 2 more seconds of that clip, you just see me put him to sleep and he get immediately headshot.
Can we do the one custom game, Itsu?
Wait, which one?
The boss one.
Drunkenstein's Revenge?
No,
not that one.
The one where one player plays as the big boss and the other players are trying to kill them.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's this one. Yeah. Have you played this one, Neo?
No, I haven't.
Oh
Basically, there's a big boss, and all of us try to kill him 10 times total, and each has to get 100 kills. Taking out to Wilkemet! Taking out to
Depending on the character
Wilkemet!
we get, this as the big guy, it's either really difficult or like insane. Like if they get Symmetra, we may as well just forfeit.
Taking out to Wilkemet! I like his voice. Oh, I'm about to poop his stupid ass. Where is he? You ain't touching the ground! You ain't touching the ground! You ain't touching the ground! You ain't touching the ground!
Break it down! Perfect, guys. Remember, he can slam if he's in the air.
He just figured it out!
Oh, at least we can knock him away with the boopage.
Oh god. Our rapid fire is insane, actually. You can just stay up there, buddy. No!
Oh god.
Oh my god, one of his swings will actually knock us out. I have to play the range game. That hit me. Dude, he's getting really good picks. Oh, if you want to be a boss, hold F, Neo.
F?
Yeah, there's a chance you become the boss. I haven't done it yet. Ah, my god.
I have reselected to be the boss again just because I miss it.
Dude, he's just killing us all.
God, he's a soldier.
Oh god. He actually got everything he could have possibly wanted. Not anymore, bitch. Not even. You can stay on the ground. Don't wake up. Don't wake up.
They're gonna rock you. I'm gonna rock you. Oh my god, that's
He marked himself.
savage.
Alright, he's on the other side. He's on the other side. He's on the other side. You can stay down here too.
he's got unlimited dashes.
Oh, I got a kill.
What is that melody?
What is that melody?
I'm wondering if that does. Oh, he actually gets off. Oh, we're D.Va now.
Get fucked!
Everybody ram him.
This mode is so fucking troll.
If he's a DPS character, that means he has 1,000 health, and each of our attacks has to do at least a minimum of 1 damage. Oh, this one's gonna be tough, though.
It definitely is gonna be tough. Slowly but surely. What? I hit him!
It's self-destruct sequence!
He's almost dead!
Go
Let's
back
go!
to immortality fields for the win, guys! Get into the field!
Fucking Torbjorn! Fucking Torbjorn!
Don't worry, we can't die. Oh. It broke the immortality field despite the fact that it's flying.
Wait, Hazel, how long are you playing for? Can we play some games that have a daily that requires friends? Sure. We can come in. We're playing customs right now, though. We're just playing Big Daddy mode. Do I have you added on Battle.net? We're playing. We're in the Discord VC. Want to hang out?
Oh god, we're on a
Sorry, it took me a while. Did Neo get it? Neo didn't get it.
Oh, I didn't either.
Oh, it's a Reinhardt.
Oh, we're gonna make him. He's gonna ult here. He's gonna ult here instantly. Be careful.
Permanent nap time for him.
There it is.
Problem is, it comes out so fast, you can't ever stop it. Ow. You're fair enough, get in there. Yeah, Reinhardt's definitely a savage one.
He fucks. He definitely fucks.
You know what? I'll take 9 deaths for that.
It's Mercy. Oh my god, it's Mercy. We had to do this. No. Look, it's fireworks in the skies, guys.
Oh, we're gonna have to wait for a hero change for this. There's no way we can hit her. Oh, unless of course she happens to land on the ground for no reason.
Or switch soon, I guess. What hit her? In the sky! Get fucked, nerd!
Hit her to the wall.
Oh. Meteor strike! Where is she? I can't see her!
It was too high for me to hit with meteor strike.
Oh, now I can do something.
Spear her!
She does not touch the ground. Or she doesn't. Wait, no. We want her to touch the ground, actually.
Just put her in a corner.
Stay there! Stay there!
That was me. Oh, remember to re-hold F to get on the priority list.
But yeah, second, do you have me added?
Oh man.
One thing I like about Overwatch compared to Valorant, Valorant doesn't really have games like this.
Get over there.
They're too good for it. Oh, you're fucked, buddy. You're fucked.
Wait, you can jump 3 times. Oh god, the resets. Wait, he's not dashing.
Ow. Got me.
Wait, have either of you guys helped become the boss?
My name has become what?
I did, yeah.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to disable it. That way it's a 32% chance you become the boss. So far. So what?
We move so slow. Oh shit, she slows us though. Let me hit you, Widowmaker.
Super easy to hit her.
Fucking Bastion noises in slow motion.
Just blow her up with grenades. That's awesome. I wasn't making something.
Damn, she did not last long. That's Zenyatta.
Yeah? Yes, mother? Oh. Step Rider!
Remember guys who rolls on like
I like how our voices are like actually like high pitched as fuck.
Damn, all that accuracy training really paid off.
You know, other people shoot, but I couldn't shoot properly, and that was rude. Alright, we're winning. He has 45, we got 6.
Oh, we got him.
Actually, not too far off your damage, Hitsu.
Oh god.
Yeah, if you look at the left.
I'm doing it! I missed! One of us will hit it eventually. Me next! I got it! Again! We go again! Wait, actually I have an idea. Oh, someone did it! I was gonna, if someone knocks her off the map, that's free.
Jeez. That's what I was trying to do. I hit a lamppost. Oh, it's Zaya.
I protect you, team! Oh god, we're fucked.
No, we're not. Just put turrets everywhere.
This is like her perfect counter, though. She's almost out of HP, actually.
Okay. It's the turrets. There's just too many of them.
The ceiling just fucking covered in turrets.
This is how you protect the world. Hey, Rosemary. Welcome back. How are you? Oh, she is almost winning. How are you doing today, Mary? Well, did you get proper rest? Is today a good day? Where are we now? Oh, fuck. Actually, this works. Make her bounce forever. Alright, we got it. Woo. I'm glad you had a good day. Ah, fuck.
The rockets are incoming.
Stress is rain from above. I can do this. Just never touch the ground.
Angie monkeys.
Welcome to the zoo, Diva.
Remember to weave in between the shields. She can't hit you.
Oh, she's trying to dip?
Nah.
Of course she is.
We got unlimited jumps.
I don't even know where I'm jumping, but I'm jumping. This must be so annoying for her. I'd be so annoyed. She's just trying to survive.
Survival in monkey.
The revenge of Harambe.
God, her flying is so annoying.
What if I just got it at the same time? Oh fuck, where are we now?
Here I go.
Oh, oh, I'll protect you. Can I hit her head?
You can, but it's really hard.
Oh, I'm just bad. Let the Kitsune guide you.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Yeah, Diva, you're fucked. You're ours.
Oh god, is that a widow now?
No, it's still it was baby Diva. Did you want to come, Mary? Or second? I know second wanted to play for the quest. Oh fuck. It's one of these. And we're switching soon. I'm going for his ankles. Watch out. He can't see me because I'm at his feet. He's actually not hitting me at all. This is so great. He didn't hit me at all. I broke his ankles.
I won.
Nice.
Oh, that's so fun.
What a game mode.
Let's hope one of you guys is the. Oh, this map is horrible for this.
Wait.
Huh?
Oh, waiting for players.
Oh.
But did you want to come play Mary? I don't know why that sounded like that, the way I said that. Did you want to come play Mary? Or
Not
second?
This is one of the 3v3 maps.
Okay.
Yeah, you can break these wooden panels at the sides.
Yeah, to register.
Yeah, we're waiting for 2 players. It seems.
Wait! How did I just do that? I just shot twice.
Oh, at least you got a fun character. I got Sigma.
Yeah, who got it? Frost?
Frost.
None of us.
1.
None of us.
Bro, Brigitte. Just keep swinging. I hope he's not someone horrible.
It's also a Brigitte.
What? Guys, remember your charge is on like a 1-second cooldown.
Unfortunately, her melee goes through our shields. That's not cool. I'm healing.
So yeah, we heal for each person that's hitting her.
Rally to me! Beat her up!
Remember, take a step back if you get being damaged too much.
Rally to her, whoever she is.
That was me. Get up and break her ankles.
You're ours. We're about to die here. We're about to switch in something bad. No, even better!
I can't see anything.
It's just a hail of gunfire.
Every
shield is useless.
Oh, I feel she got 2 kills out of that. One of them being me. Is she Moira?
Yeah.
Can I knock her off? Ah, I did!
You absolutely can.
I was intentionally not intentional. I didn't know I hit her. That's the crazy part. Alright, we're doing it again. Oh, we're fucked. Keep concussing her. Don't let her leave.
Get her off the cliff.
This is the defense system.
Off the cliff.
Oh god, my HP. Oh god.
Did she also kill you with the cleave?
Yeah. Right. I have an idea. Yeah, we knock her off. We knock her off. We bait her out and then we knock her off.
Rocket barrage incoming!
I wonder if we got our ults at the same time. Oh, when you see her charging up her ult, just hit her. Hit her with the concussion. She goes flying.
Get barrage! Incoming! This still works!
Symmetra.
Keep going! Keep going! No!
Oh, we're never going to be able to kill the teleporter.
Knock her off, though. Come here, Kiriko. I pushed her out. No, I didn't. Thought I did. I pushed her out.
Oh. There she is now. Oh, I fell off. She's off. Oh god.
Oh man, I've never played Joker Queen.
Top of me, baby.
He just threw his... What? Wait. Oh! Wait, did you throw yourself off the cliff and then...
Yeah, I did.
That was mean.
Oh, this is perfect. We just combo the hooks on her and we just keep pulling her out.
Yeah.
Someone jump off and do it.
It's surprisingly hard to land the hook when 7 other people are also doing it.
I'll murder her. We got that.
Hey,
nicely done, Sunny.
Oh, this is terrifying. Oh, she's Echo.
Well, this is how we lose. Oh my god. Alright,
Well,
someone
this
fly.
doesn't bode well.
Wait.
Wait, we can shift climb each other.
Yeah, we can do this. It's a battle of the mercies. I'm healing people.
Hey, what is this battle?
Fear not, for heroes never die.
On the plus side, if she gets her ultimate, it doesn't really matter much, because all she could do is turn into us.
She's so salty. Probably.
I would be too if you dragged me off a cliff twice.
Maybe more than twice, but she got knocked off.
Actually killed her.
Anna! Oh! Discord her! I'm gonna kick her! I'm gonna kick her! Kick her! Don't stop kicking her!
Oh, that's why they make it from ground. Damn, can't make that jump. Kick her out of a window.
Oh god. We are experiencing tranquility eventually.
30 seconds remaining. One kill.
Get wrecked. Alright, one more. She did not have a good boss run, unfortunately. You know what else ends now? Your life!
Everyone's ulting. There's no one left to kick. Oh, it's our turn now.
Where Echoes now?
The bad time.
Oh god, but wait. She's Sojourn though.
He does more damage to people when they're at low, below half health.
We're so good.
That was mean. Oh damn. 2 red ones. What's Gaia?
Any of us get it?
No. Ugh. Oh, we're a hamster ball though, and it's a mercy.
Well, you can spin forever.
Yep. It's like a bunch of mobile AA guns versus an airplane.
If I just keep spinning around properly, this will work. I don't play Hammond though, so I don't know how to spin with him.
Ah! I hit her in midair. I do play Hammond, trust me, you're not going to get that high very often. Although, yeah, actually we have a very conveniently placed lamppost here.
Oh, let me just knock you around real quick.
She's coming down, she's landing. Never mind, shit.
Bet. Oh my god, you can see all the particles. You're mine! Let's go, Damien. It's a Hammond.
Oh god. Don't stand near anything he can spin on. I was Hammond once and it was a massacre.
Who dies here?
Everyone. Like, pretty much everyone.
Damn.
Oh, hey! The perfect character to avoid getting damaged from him. We can fly him. Pretty cool.
I'm out of here!
Amazing wrecking ball. Oh, he has the perfect space for that.
We're so good. Oh, it's a Hanzo? We got this.
Abuse the unlimited flight. Get over there as quickly as possible. Damn it.
Fuck. We might not have this.
Definitely went south fast.
Oh fuck! He ulted me! We
Oh my god, I can't hit the slippery bastard. Stop kicking him, he's hard enough to hit as it is.
Yeah, miss your ult because I kicked you. Get wrecked. Oh, we're catching up. We're catching up. 3 to 3.5. We're catching up.
Yeah, he just needs a bad character, like say Echo.
10 seconds.
Oh, please give us like Pharah or something, or Widow.
60 seconds.
This could not have been any worse. Right. We only need to hit her once.
If we get one good hook, it's worth it. Oh, I missed.
Remember, his right click is longer range. I'm going up. Also, we have a heal, so...
Yeah, we do have a heal.
30 seconds remaining.
Okay, I have an idea. Flying around, she's flying around. Come to this side, she's fucked. If she comes to this side, she's fucked. What? How did I miss?
Oh, we need a long.
How about you fly out of the map? Is that a thing?
Just trying.
Hey, we hit scan.
Aimbot practice. Aim practice.
Yeah, we were literally just doing this. Oh, but I didn't play Cassidy.
Dude, her things
rolled straight off the cliff.
Her things are so big.
The same thing.
Her things are so big. Okay, to elaborate.
Her Boombas.
Her Boombas?
Her big jiggly orbs.
Yes, the Boombas.
The best part is I'm not wrong. Oh damn, they hurt.
They're actually, oh god, this is actually so good for her. And we're switching already.
This map is too perfect for Echo.
She's hiding!
60 seconds.
No!
You know what? Let's play hide. Let's hide and wait for her to come to us. I know for a fact that she can't see us through the map.
You know what? I'm down for that. I'm gonna hide.
Yeah, screw feeding her any more unnecessary deaths. Let's just wait for a hit scan character. Here's love. I hate this. I hate Tracer's accent at the best of times.
Pretty cringe.
I fell off the cliff and forgot I could teleport. Oh god, she died.
Let's go, we blew her up.
Yay.
10 seconds.
Rugby now. I got bonked.
Again? With the mercy?
Where was this last time?
Having such a hard time dealing with us.
Person is hitting their shots.
She finally killed me. Someone revive me. Yes.
30 seconds.
Heroes never die. Yeah, it's over for you now. Is that a monkey? It's a monkey.
10 seconds remaining.
This is not the play.
It really is not.
Oh god. Okay, you're here. Hey, second. Yes. If you want to come play, please please come hang out. How many games do you need? Oh god. We lowered him at least, but it's still rough though.
No one can hide. No one can hide.
No one can hide.
At least we know for sure no one can hide. Especially the giant monkey that's hopping around and killing us all. He can't hide from us. Even though we should be hiding from him.
I'd say, yeah, we absolutely should have just hid from him.
60 seconds.
You're mine now. Let's go, team.
Dang.
Wait, we can hack her. Does it need 3? We can try 3 on normal games. Alright, he's perma-hacked. He should be perma-hacked, right?
Yeah, he absolutely is going down.
Oh, that was so fast.
Oh god.
Holy shit. Alright, this is how we come back. We perma-hack him.
30 seconds remaining.
God, please
Oh,
don't tell me
that's
she's
fair.
Can we hack her though?
You get close enough.
Enemy needs 10 kills to win.
I hacked her! I hacked her!
He fell to her death. You hacked her midair, she fell to her death.
Fucking go!
Hitsu for MVP.
It's that that Valorant mentality.
Let's just knock this guy off the cliff. We're done with this. We're done with this shtick.
We need to knock her off somehow. She's going off a cliff. I don't know what cliff she's going off, but she's going off a cliff.
30 seconds.
Well, have you seen how many projectiles we can shoot?
Yeah, we can shoot a lot. Forgot about that. Oh my god.
10 seconds.
Alright. We might be fucked. No, we're so fucked.
Enemy needs 5 kills.
Oh god.
Enemy needs 1 kill.
No, she found you.
In there behind her, just shoot her in the butt.
She got like
Not
all.
turning
She got really good ones the entire time. If you want to come second, here, let me leave the game. You guys want to try a couple normal ones so that second can get his quest? Couple normal matches. Also, we're in the Discord second. I don't have that, but I'll just type it out. Did I break the game? I did, didn't I? Wait, hello? Can you guys hear me?
No.
Yeah.
Highly suspicious. Hey, yeah, it's such a good song. I forgot where it's from though. Where's that from?
I can't remember the name of the anime.
Let's see. It should be on the dang thing. Bunny Girl Senpai.
Yes.
You know, it's funny that we both couldn't remember it considering the plot of Bunny Girl Senpai.
It's just Monogatari, but, you know, less convoluted.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I restarted the game. I invited second as well. Oh, we're in the Discord, by the way. Second, if you want to chat and hang out.
I'll be right back, actually.
Okay, quick BRB or? Damien.
Hello.
You are host, but Sunny just said she'll be right back, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
How long?
I don't like responsibility.
Okay. Okay. We'll queue up, I guess, and just wait for Sunny to come back. What else we got? I'm gonna do all. What happens if we all do all? Does it just randomize it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, we have to wait for her to join the queue. Okay. Imagine if everyone did all, and all it does is just makes it so that everyone can play every single character. Big brain.
Open queue.
Yeah, it secretly becomes open queue, but it's just a bug. No Overwatch. I can definitely see it happening.
That's the hack.
Grandmasters hate this one trick. Have you been, Neo?
I've been okay, Hitsu. How have you been, buddy?
I have been okay as well. Welcome back.
We missed you. Hitsu bullied us.
Oh. Don't bully it, so.
I don't.
Bully.
No bully.
How are you second since you just tried? I just noticed. And that second doesn't have a mic. In which case, never mind.
Arriving at Shepard.
Tools in hand, brain in gear. Hide mercy, great for you. It's being destroyed.
Taken the lead.
Ouch.
I'll get you running like new again.
He was stood still. I see you there. Oh.
There you
Oh,
go.
damn it.
Nothing.
I was supposed to kill you, Damien.
Traveling to Nepal. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Bet. Watashi no namae wa Kiriko desu. Just so you guys know, I saw how to play her on YouTube, so I got
Do I go for
this.
the tried and tested Bastion? Or do I play something else? Yeah, let's go Hanzo.
I believe in the Hanzo.
I don't.
Hanzo has never failed me, except when it has.
Can I have your bow? No. I will snap it in half with my final breath.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, Hanzo.
To be fair, it's a bit rude of
Fucking
Baptiste to just be
metal.
for Baptiste, the guy who's supposed to be keeping me alive, to be like, "Hey, can I have your stuff or you're dead?" Like, you've
what?
got a
That's a good
mortality
point.
field, for fuck's sake.
One.
And one hell of an ass, apparently. Jesus Christ, how have I never noticed that before?
Saw that Creole cooking.
Baptiste got them cheeks.
All right, Neo, I'm right on you.
Okay.
I got you. Go crazy. I got fucked.
Blown up by Cassidy. They got the Brigitte.
Sunny's messing up the Sunny's fucking them up the.
Yeah.
Woo. Let's go, Sunny.
Hey.
Sunny with explosions.
Yeah.
Oh. You see my cool emotes that I have on this character? That's what I have. That's it. Heroic.
Like a gentle rain.
God damn.
Oh, the Cassidy.
Yeah, fucking Wally on the left.
Is that you keeping me alive there, Hitsu?
What?
Maybe that you keeping me alive there.
Mine might have been.
I lasted a lot longer than I really sleepily should have. I have no idea why.
Oh. We are what we call absolutely fucked. Yes! Wait, he died! Ah!
I'm restored.
Go, Hanzo! I'm over this. Killer!
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Go!
I'd save as long as I could.
How many was that?
I don't have my immortality
Cassidy
field.
on the side. Damn, nice teleport. Fly, Diva. Stuff you're gonna make it in time. We need to get on the point. We've been denied.
Oh, I couldn't TP to you for some reason.
Damn it.
I guess I was missing my TP. Classic miss.
Oh, you backflipped out of your suit straight into a Bastion minigun. Oh no.
See through the wolf's eyes. I see. What does the wolf actually see, though? What does the wolf see? Alright, check out this fire emote I have. With the fire background. Or fire spray, I mean.
To be fair, I'm about to say,
don't I look very heroic?
this is my most played character and I only have that. Oh, equipped anyway.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round.
We zoom.
Capture the objective.
Oh, 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 oh.
You can't hide.
No.
Oh, damn. They are doing damage.
Got the Bastion. Baptiste. Damn.
He lived with no HP. Fucking ball of doom.
Done playing around.
Oh, it's too slow, my TP. Oh.
Jesus.
She's being healed by like 8 people.
I'm going in! Oh, this is my game!
Hanzo used to be better back in the day.
Oh, frick.
Ow.
Damn. I got pulled into them.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't like about that res, is it doesn't bring back my mech.
Kinda cringe. Got one! Let's go!
Put up and over.
I totally didn't go backwards in the teleporter. It's fine.
That'd be crazy.
Oh, it's too slow.
Oh god, Sojourn's up on the pillar.
Just shitting up top.
Overlooking the point. No.
Constructing my teleport.
It happens.
Teleport.
Oh, I can teleport. No, I can't. Wait, Sunny said he teleported backwards earlier?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Special.
I've done that a few times. Apparently you can send Diva's bomb through the teleporter.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. If you dash, send the bomb, and obviously jump out the mech, it automatically goes through the teleporter.
Interesting.
That sounds kind of busted.
Broken?
If you can time it well enough, you can even send it so it would go up in the air. So you put a teleporter directly next to the point, stand it basically in the teleporter and activate it, and it automatically goes.
Neo, do you see the emote in chat? Fucking
Oh,
running.
that's adorable.
That fucking running emote, it looks so troll.
Problem is, pulling that off in an actual game is a lot harder than it sounds.
Ah, I am a DPS man. People run. There's so many emotes that I feel like I need. I don't care about my emotes looking good. I just want them to be ridiculous.
All
you
the
know?
memes.
Like, I want it to be super fucking memey. Well, even armor emotes right now. Mimi.
Sounds like you're having a stroke while trying to, like, talk.
Stay sharp.
Me? I'm having a stroke?
Mimi,
Yeah.
Me.
Nothing wrong with your brain there, Hitsu?
Like, I really like the fucking Dirk emotes. Oh, you made a... Thank you for making a command, Tally. God, if we got the self-order emote, but it was like animated where she's just actually punching, that'd be kind of crazy. Yari does it.
Yada does it.
Doesn't bode well.
I got speared.
Yeah, she's pretty good at those.
Do we win though? Oh, no, we
Probably
don't.
not. I'm gonna make it a pain for them.
Just back here, just hacking.
That's why you've been giggling. That's funny. Ugh. How did she teach you? I'm in danger!
Hey, no, man.
What the fuck?
Basically came up behind me.
I got speared into Kingdom Come. Couldn't TP. Trying to TP anywhere, but I couldn't.
And they all low press.
He keeps spearing me in the face. It's kind of a dick move. Kind of a dick move.
That's kind of cringe, man.
Kind of not cool. Oh wait, they got a point. Oh.
Hit two. Let me know when you're not want to ult.
I'll probably hold on to it for a while. Until we get a bit further in.
Yeah, that's fair. How did it take her that long to kill me? Can I revive already? Jesus Christ. I swear I've been dead for like 20 seconds.
What the fuck? Alright, I'm ready for the ult now.
Okay, let me know when.
Yes. I did nothing!
I'm glad I waited for that.
Yeah! Get fucked, nerds! It worked!
Ah!
Your ult worked completely.
Zoning ult. I'm using Anna's ult as a zoning ult.
I find it fun that it actually worked though.
I mean, to be fair, if I saw a blue Reaper come down and like immediately start ulting, like I'd move too.
Wait. They're on the point. Wait.
Yeah, they're on the point. Somehow they got past us.
Oh, it's a
Tracy's on the
Tracer.
point.
Kinda cringe, Tracy!
Bitch.
Wait, what is that her name?
Tracy.
I wanted to say Tracer, but then like my brain farted.
Isn't the name like Kate or something?
I don't know.
Damn, I used to know it.
Praying to the thing, God bless.
I'm sure if I scream loud enough, my housemate can tell me. Oh, she's immune. Damn it. You're alive. You're all alive.
Not anymore.
God, how did she
Anna's damage
live
is
through that?
immediately negated by Lucio. It's kind of annoying.
You can't see me!
Just the existence of Lucio is enough to make Anna's damage nothing. It's kind of annoying.
But that's what his ult is for, Sid.
Was it you dropping down and not doing anything?
It might have been.
No, I think this is slightly
This
after that, actually.
is a bit after that. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I juked her. I'm so good.
Damn, them little flicks.
Yeah, tiny flicks, tiny flicks.
It looks like you're hitting him with the side of the gun. You didn't actually hit the shotgun. You just deafened him over time.
Okay, wait, Rosemary. What's your favorite JoJo character? I ask people this all the time.
I like the one with the cool outfit and the muscles.
That's all of them, silly.
I know, I haven't seen JoJo's, so I don't know.
You know, I really think you'd like the one that's like super well defined and has a really cool pose.
Which is the one that has the stand.
Which one has a...
Just like super ignorant of JoJo's.
I like the person with the stand. That's hard to answer.
I don't know why
I have
that's so
full
funny to
faith.
me. But no, without any major knowledge of JoJo, I like Dio for the memes. And oh, there's like an old guy. He's got like a white beard and he wears like a grey outfit.
Holy shit!
Yeah, that guy.
Oh no!
Oh no! Yeah, I love that guy.
Oh my god!
I have no context for anything.
The thing I love about JoJo is that it's a nonsensical anime, but it takes itself super fucking seriously. Well, also,
years, and I don't know why.
While it does that, though, it also makes fun of itself constantly too, and I don't know how to process that. That's hard to answer. Why? Why is that hard to answer?
Because they're all so great.
That is a good question. But I have a favorite, like, in terms of personality, and I have a favorite in terms of, like, design, I guess. Oi, she's hurting me. Oi.
I've been slept behind enemy lines. You're all dying. It's probably my fault. It's fine.
It's fine.
Got the Moira. Like Caesar from part 2, but oh my god, Caesar. He was such a good character, actually. I love Caesar. That's a really good one. But Jotaro and Josuke, I felt that. Jonathan is my favorite personality-wise, but I think design-wise, like the guy that's all cool. You can guess who.
Guy that's so cool. Jiggly.
Aim Hitsu! Ah!
God, I did everything in my power to heal you there.
I know. I appreciate.
Oh my
Caesar's
god.
a really good character. They got the second punto.
Yeah, did you see how little health you had there?
Nah,
Yeah,
I'm fine.
You were
One
down to, like,
one
less
is
than a
all you need.
square.
There's nothing but a flesh wound until it hits 0.
Yeah, but he called down the mech inside Sojourn's
Yeah,
like death bubble, and he stopped taking damage just as he hit critical health.
Hey, but it worked though.
Oh, I don't know.
You're gonna do it again.
Ah! I made her go boom. I like the first JoJo and his buddy Ario Speedwagon. I'm starting to watch part 5. I haven't seen part. Wait, is part 5 the girl or is that part 6?
You're doing it in part 6.
That is aim all over the place. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Because I am caught up to everything but that specific spot. Dude, they're just zooming in.
Come down, little diva. I'm gonna mace with your name on it, you bitch.
Jesus.
Oi, Moira.
That's actually rather savage when you think about it, like, Brigitte's weapon. It is literally a giant chunk of metal on the end of a chain that she proceeds to whip at high speeds.
Yes.
I mean, as you do.
Okay. I want to watch the girl season, but I can't yet because I'm watching with Sophia, and I'm just waiting for her to catch up, basically. Jolene. Oh, I got booped by Diva.
Wow.
I was about to kill her and I got booped.
You took a railgun shot and then a headbutt. Whee!
Oh wait, I spawned far. I died a bit too early there.
A little bit.
Huh?
Oh, Jesus. I got Kamehameha hard.
Kamehameha wave. You guys remember that when Fortnite was doing that?
Right, Fortnite did the Dragon Ball event.
Yeah.
You mean the best event Fortnite did?
Yeah.
Loved that beam.
I never miss my mark.
Who doth attacketh my friends?
These guys. Let me know when you guys want mail.
Just give it a second whenever it's free. I say give it a second like it's gonna change something.
Unfortunate.
I totally wasn't trying to get back in the middle of Moira's beam.
What's wrong with you?
Rally to me.
Hold on. I have too many things open right now. That's probably what's going on here.
I'm terrible at gauging the range of my left shift ability.
You okay, Hester?
I'm trying to make my thing less laggy. Thank you, saved it. What's up?
I dropped the shield at the last possible second.
My frames are even lower now. I'm memory leaking.
Pushing our barricade up. They took the robot. Don't let it move a single step.
Oh my god, I just see you running behind them.
You'll need more grit than that.
Bam!
I can't do anything to help you.
No, I was fucked. I was fucked. Can I one-tab this right now? Oh, no. Hold on. Can I one-tab that? Nice. Okay, okay, okay. Restore this. On that play.
Oh, she's throwing the bomb in the air.
Alright, my frames are a bit better. My frames are a bit better.
Nice.
Don't let them get away with this.
Get the robot. Oh god, it's only it's alive again.
My ultimate is charging.
Oh, Moira laser from behind.
He lived! No! I want to see this heal that he got. He got burst healed. Oh, he definitely got burst healed. That's unfortunate. They have a Kamehameha pose. It's dubbed Hawaiian King's Energy Blast. That's actually pretty cool. I was hopping around.
No, I misclicked. I'm logging off.
Oh no.
Oh, you all did nothing.
I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about. That's awkward. There you go. I will do what I must. I got a kill. All right, we can stall now. Maybe.
God, I died so fast.
We have to get in the point, though. We have to get in the point.
Sharp this time.
They're a meter away. We got this.
Ow.
Let's go.
Immediately hits who breaks off from the pack and runs the other direction.
Of course.
Where I can't heal him. And then dies.
A golden opportunity rose and I took. I got both Sasabi and F. Oh, really? Congrats.
Oh my
Sounds
god,
dope.
there's a Moira next to me sucking me dry.
Oh shit.
It's not as hot as it sounds.
Oh my god. Damien.
Oh my god, Moira Naruto runs? I never noticed that before. I don't walk out. I'm a support.
I couldn't stop the point. Fuck, I actually couldn't stop the point.
Where was
Oh, it's you. Okay, okay. Before you went behind the wall. Thank god.
Oh! Just die!
Hit by someone from behind.
Wait, she didn't die from that? Okay. Now we push hard. We might be able to bring it back. I believe. To get it. Pick.
Got it, boys.
Okay, we combine Mile and your ult. Basically invincible tornado of death. I like the sound of it. Acknowledged. Let me know when.
I took care of the big guy.
I hell, it didn't go. Fair enough. To be fair, when I saw you flying in, I should have probably ulted then.
Oh,
that Moira, that aim is great. Oh, I should have just ulted.
Is okay. Is this the very last bit? This might be the very last bit here. Yeah. The damage.
Why does my ult never do that much damage as Moira? I swear it tickles people half the time.
It's just insane healing.
Yeah.
You're up for the night? Alright, second. You take care. Thank you for playing.
Oh, bye, second.
I hope you enjoyed the games. Hope you had your missions completed.
They can check my missions. Huh.
Thanks for playing, second. Can we do big boss mode again?
Oh yeah, of course.
I knew that was coming. Let's get 2000.
Wait, before I go in, Rose, did you want to come in? Rose. I keep calling you Rose /Mary/Rosemary. I keep
do you want to
doing all
cancel the
three.
queue then?
Oh, Wait, hold up, yeah. Did you want to come though, Mary? What's up, Derek? How long until they come, Tally? Wait, what? Why'd that make you laugh?
Don't worry about it.
Uh-huh. Fuck her up. She's not coming out of baby diva. We're not letting her. Yep. Probably not tonight. Next time. Thanks. No, no worries. I thought I asked. Fuck your healing. It's gotta. We can theoretically perma sleep dart in. We just time it perfectly.
Problem is, Lucio on this map is going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with.
He's definitely dipping. Go team!
Got him.
He can stay dead. Oh, Hail Mary!
Yeet!
Hail Mary again!
Oh, Symmetra.
Yeah, how about no?
Everyone else just kind of stand up to the side there and wait for it to end.
Yeah. I knew better.
All the fucking turrets.
Ah! This mode is so troll.
Yeah, that's right, I'm back here, bitch. I got to the highest damage on the board because he wasn't paying attention to behind him. I don't know which teleporters lead where, I don't know.
I was thinking that.
Symmetra's damage is no joke. Oh, he's Ash. Watch out for Bob. Oh, damn it.
How about Bob just stay on the fucking ground, huh? How about you just don't shoot anyone at all, Bob?
I have the fucking bomb today.
Yeah. Finally! Finally, let's go! She's not good, she's not leaving! She's not leaving!
Fucking city.
Wait, she's getting her ult pretty fast though.
You gets it when she's damaged as well.
Where'd she go? Oh my god, she juked us! Kill right now.
Hey, sir!
Let's go!
God, the instant death.
Luckily. Oh god.
If I knew. Oh god.
Just walk behind him whenever he does it.
He's just throwing grenades on the ground.
This guy's named Kanye North.
It is named Kanye North.
Got a Magna Blocker right there on me and I forgot to teleport back.
Bro. Got him.
Yeah.
We're winning. She can slow down time, but can she? Oh.
He's made it does like easy for us to aim.
Fuck you! Fuck you! You're not aiming at all.
One thing is
Go back in the corner. If I could slow it down right now, it's so bad for her. Oh, I punched her booty. Hey.
I am.
I'm zooming.
Oh, I got hit by the fire. No, I've got my ult. I don't want to waste it.
I'm getting bonked. I don't see him.
I have no idea where the hell this guy is. It's so hard to see anything.
Don't touch the ground. He can't touch the ground. If he can't touch the ground, he can't ult.
That's actually true, I think.
Where'd he go? So true. Heroes never touch the ground. Oh man, I'm sorry, dude. Oh, he touched the ground.
Oh no.
What? The one thing we were worried about. I only got 2 that time. Go.
I sniped him.
Oh no.
Who is it?
Hanzo.
Oh yeah. No
Oh, he's
way.
climbed up to a spot we can't reach. We just gotta have to flame strike him and hope for the best.
Says you.
Somebody.
He has very limited space to actually move.
Swing.
Yeah, fucked up going down here, Hanzo. Got him too. Oh, he juked us.
No. It's back in. He's back in the hell pit. No, he's on the other side of the wall.
Oh my god, he's up top. Crusader! You can stay on the ground. Yeah, how does it feel, Hanzo? Playing cheeky all along and you die anyways.
What is that melody?
You know, is Singwa supposed to be a musician or something?
Yeah.
What is that melody?
Because of the constant experiments Moro's been doing on him, he has gone quite literally insane.
So you're telling me he's not a musician. He just hears melodies constantly.
Yeah.
Oh, your foot. I have a question for you, Hitsu, after the match? Oh, no worries. Ask whenever.
Yeah, trust me, this is so casual, it doesn't even matter.
Oh, God.
Oh, he got a lot of us.
You know, that hurt us like that. I'll play the long range game. No, he caught me! How? Oh god, it one-shots me if he catches me. Wait, did I just hop into it? Okay, no. Okay, he's ahead of us now.
Dead.
There you go. Oh, we're so fucked. We're so fucked. We're so fucked.
Yeah. This went from possibly winnable to completely impossible the moment he got that fucking character. I'm telling you, man, it's hard though as the big character.
It's hard, dude.
So many people to fight as.
What was the question though, Tally, since we're done? Did anyone of us get it?
Oh, we're all Bastion. No. Mental gent speed.
We can hop 3 times. You know that. That would be pretty cool. Pronoun plugin. No. Tell me it ain't so.
There you go, grenade on right click.
Yeah.
Let's say I made Bastion for a time and I still forget that.
Well,
Versus playing Cornus.
you want said pronouns command? Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd be down for that. I know we have a lot of people that we have a lot of friends that have different like pronouns and stuff. That'd be really cool. Perma Hooker, now it's our turn. How dare you? How does it feel now? Fuck Earl.
She got ult. She got ult.
Yeah, I felt that. Oh wait, she mentioned ult. Hold on. Wait, she can heal.
Yeah, she heals when bleeding.
She heals a lot though.
Hey.
Someone Lucio boost me.
Sad we made it 10 seconds after Roadhog. I was probably the most comedy that so far. She couldn't move.
Fuck! I couldn't grab her in time. Wait, we have to knock her out. We can knock her out here. Or Bull here in the corner. Either or.
I love the, considering how Doomfist normally sounds, I love just the really calm rocket punch. Oh, Symmetra's unfair. Oh, the 3 little turrets in the middle. They have way too much health.
They do. But I guess that's also a big part of her kit though.
Yeah, but it's the fact that she gets them on a 0.1 second cooldown, so why is it we can't destroy them?
Genji!
Oh, yeah,
I'm chilling far away for a bit. That is bullshit.
Oh god, I died mid-dash. I'm flying into a rock.
Let's go, team! He's zooming very ahead. Because of some really, really nice mechanics.
We just need a good combination. Like, she's Anna now. Oh, no, Anna can all this stuff.
Wait, how did that hit me still?
I deflected the sleep dart back it up.
Nice. Oh, we fuck her up.
Punched me in the face. How much pent-up hatred did she have for me?
Go team!
Translocator's in place.
Apagandos las luces. My kills. Oh, I'm about to die. Oh, but I got her instead. JK.
Nice.
Just a prank.
Let's go.
Oh Jesus, dragons!
Fuck you, Hanzo!
My least favorite dragons. Jesus, dragons.
What about Magic Dragons?
I'm actually quite fond of Magic Dragons.
Magic Dragon these nuts in your face.
Fond of that too. Joke's on you.
I don't know where he is.
Joke's on you, I'm into that shit.
I keep boosting him away from his dragon every time we hear him cast it.
Yo, I put it in the wrong way.
We got him.
He killed so many people because so many people ulted at the same time. Whoop him off! Whoop him off fast! Whoop him off fast! No! Let me up!
Just gotta get out. As soon as we get out, we can knock his fat ass off the cliff. Remember your bubble shields. They're a godsend. Got him! I'm not dead yet! I'm not dead yet! I'm not dead yet! It's a Brigitte.
Fuck. She bonked my stupid ass.
You know, whenever I used to hear that in your game, I always used to think she was saying, I love 10 men.
I love 10 men.
I always used to think it was I love Team May.
Nah, no one loves Team May.
We can pull her. We can pull her this way if it's possible. We can pull her this way.
The amount of coordination we need for that, though.
I'm the one trying so far.
I want to see like a group of like however many max players you can have on the tiny people side. I want to see that as like all professionals versus one player that doesn't know what they're doing.
She needs to avoid the thing. Oh, I got her with my knife though. Hey.
Oh no! It's the game ender. When you hear Molten Core, just run away.
Blow him up! I'm blowing up!
There's lava in my way.
Oh my god, I literally just spawned into that.
What's wrong, Mitsu?
Trying to melee me!
We got him. We need 2, he needs 15. He's Reaper. Okay, he wins. Okay, wait
we're
for
fucked.
bait out.
We're
Bait out.
fucked.
He's
Wait,
gonna
we're
ult.
fucked. Wait, we're fucked.
That's right.
It's actually so good for I spawned back in that same specific spot because we switched.
Yeah.
And it got
a bunch of you spawned in at once underneath his feet.
That's unfortunate. Alright.
Oh, Castillo. It's Hitsu! Hitsu's the bad guy!
I'm evil!
Get sniped, bitch! Oh no, he's playing his main!
My main.
Oh my god. standing still. Next on you, Hitsu. You taught me how to shoot earlier. Go! Haha.
Damn it.
Oh, I'm stuck!
I can't go invisible!
Yeah, you stand there. Damn it, you killed me right at the end there. Fuck him off!
Like I'm playing zombies.
But they're tiny, furry, adorable wearing robot costumes.
Literally.
Damn it.
Oh, I got booped. Someone booped me.
No, you actually just jumped off yourself.
Wait, did I?
Yeah. No one got the credit. Bob!
Ah! I shot myself off.
Oh, you're gonna play around a small group like that. I see how it is. Oh, that's an absolute kill box in there.
Jesus
God,
Christ.
we can't get close. I was getting that molten core off before I died.
This is. Yeah, this character is fucking.
Holy crap.
She's
Why didn't I
busted.
get this? No, I got Zenyatta Kiriko.
Okay, no.
How many of those turrets can you get?
Jesus.
Guys, just roll close and use bombs, it'll work, trust me.
Oh boy. Oh god.
Oh no.
Running around the hammer.
Yeah. Suffer.
I didn't see the lava on the stairs.
I'm leaving!
We could probably just kill you just by firing these like purple orbs in that general direction. You'll eventually die.
Probably could. Oh. I'm about to die.
Ooh, holy hell.
That's not fair. Symmetra's
You
not fair.
got two of the characters you play that are two disgusting characters. Oh.
Hopefully once someone else gets it.
Yeah.
I'm forced to watch now. I'm not allowed to play this round. Nani. That's fine. I need to go pee. I'll be right back.
Got it. I'd say he could be making much better use of the space instead of going around this one tiny room.
I mean, he's just going in a circle for these minutes.
Yeah, he's not getting away from us. How long does it take to charge Winston's ult? Jesus Christ. Like, there are some parts of the map where as Winston, you literally would not be able to hit him.
Oh, was it Neo this time?
No.
60 seconds.
Neo just killed someone, is what that was. I'll change to my spectate. I want to see Neo.
Just spam E. There's no other button required.
Oh, she's died twice already.
I killed two of us.
What is that?
Oh, I feel bad for her. You guys must have gotten really god tier stuff at the start.
Actually, no. They were just spinning around the room as Lucio and not actually attacking. They were booping us, but that doesn't do any damage.
Yeah, they were literally going in a circle.
Wait, Sunny, your skin is fire. You have fucking spikes.
Oh, yeah, the Halloween one. Yeah.
Oh my god.
What is that melody?
How long were we waiting to use those?
Oh, this is fair. Actually, not too bad.
This is like the opposite of what Hitsu got. This guy's just got nothing but supports and tanks. Not even like doing well with them.
30 seconds remaining.
So I think if you're a boss once, they force you to sit, which makes sense.
That's fair.
I played the game directly after the one where I was the boss.
Sure. Maybe because it's a full lobby team though? With last one full lobby? Dude, she's not. She has 2 kills. She has 2 kills.
I'm not even moving at this point.
Oh, but they have Reaper now though. Maybe they can turn it around.
Get him, boys.
Oh god, the fucking speed guy's going.
All the way to Valhalla.
Show him why you're the real shotgun user.
Alright, back up, back up.
Ah. Oh no, he's gonna ult. There it is. The comeback. I see you, Damien. You got the Hanzo now. I see you, Damien.
Oh, all it took was 1 arrow.
That's all you need.
I love the sounds of Hanzo. It's just nothing but his dash.
Quinton, I felt that. I'm so sorry. How do I spectate other people? I'm not allowed to right now.
Space or right click, left click, I think.
Watching this one person this entire time. I've been trying to switch. Like I was able to switch earlier, but now I can't. For some reason. Maybe I switched too much. I'm on a switch ban. Yeah, I've been trying to.
Good, it's an inferior console anyway.
Oh my god, I just saw Tracer T-posing.
3 kills remaining.
Damn,
Oh
sorry,
no,
really?
we're all Tracer, she's Widow.
Oh no.
What's the worst that could happen?
Wait for it, guys, wait for it.
Ah, there it is.
No, I got slowed.
But slow tracer is just the same speed as everyone normally.
But with much better accuracy.
Much better accuracy.
Oh my god, they left. They're like, nah, fuck this. Oh no, someone else left. I'm in! Let's go! I'm back in the queue. Oh, you guys are going this way. I'm back in the queue.
Oh god.
I'm not dealing with that. Fuck that. I saw this anime.
Oh my god. Oh,
oh, Ganji.
Oh, he got Genji. You know, he's got so many cards to deflect, and he's slowed because of our things.
His biggest weakness, slows.
Flows on a constantly ramping damage laser beam.
But now he's Diva.
Oh, she's going to the death room.
I think she wants to die.
Probably sick of it.
To be fair, can you blame her at this point?
Oh god.
Oh no.
Where'd she go?
Permanently trapped. Got her out! Trap her! Oh god, she's dead already.
Unfortunate.
She fell over.
Unfortunate game. Someone said shit to me. No, none of us got it. I didn't even think about pressing the button though, to be honest.
Guys, your dash's on a 3-second cooldown, by the way. In case you wanted probably the most disorienting gameplay ever.
Did he just punch me?
Yeah, he has been.
The most effective thing against a Genji. Pass into the iris.
Does the end of Genji's ult sound like a plane landing? This guy's outside better than the last one.
60 seconds.
And now it's over.
To the other side we go. It's a Lucio.
Oh.
You can stop booping. Where'd he go?
Oh.
Oh god.
You've done 3 damage to him.
Oh, we're tickling him right now.
We need to take out flyers and overly mobile champions. Well, you know, the big people side.
Ah, fuck. Oh
wow,
god.
He just hugged at me.
He didn't like the he just didn't like the divas, that's all. I lived the entire time. Let's go.
Died twice.
I'm big sleep. I'm dead.
He punched me out of midair.
Firing my laser. Accepting her defeat. Surely. No, she's not. Hiding behind there?
Yeah.
Well, that was smart of her. It's a dip like that.
Oh, for God's sake. Another game of cat and mouse with the diva.
Yep. Whoa! I went flying. No, if we just spam our don't even charge it up, if we just spam it, she can't move much. That's funny.
You're not wrong.
that? I'm a. Oh fuck. McCree versus McCree.
Cassidy v. Cassidy.
Oh, Cassidy v. Yeah, that's right. Kidding. Oh, I juked it, baby! Let's go!
I did my roll forward like an idiot. What is this guy's aim? God damn. Crush them!
Where?
Oh my god, he died so fast.
Alright, gang, move out. It's only Azaria. She's nothing, she doesn't get charged. Yeah, come down here. Come down here.
He's nothing if she doesn't get charged. She proceeds to ult us twice in a row.
Damn. Maybe she's kinda strong.
She's very strong. The people we've had have been idiots. Ah.
Well,
mana boost administered. How did someone charge her ult that quick?
I think there's a burst heal.
God, this is way too fast.
Who's So Zarya is the counter to the infinite sleeps.
It went right past me. I was hoping it'd just downhill on me, so we only lost one.
I'm the new owner of the game. Shit.
Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta feed the cat.
Alright, enjoy the cat feeding. I have my priorities. I need to make a hole in the ground. Did I do less damage?
Hell am I?
I was busy breaking everything, and I come to just drop the bomb on her. That's funny. Damn.
I don't like this map.
Yeah. As you can see, there's now no hole in the middle. I only see the sun.
Oh, Baptiste.
That's why I broke the. Yes.
Well played.
That felt good. Sorry. He's Rugawa Teki Kurowing us.
That man who speak Chinese. Oh my god. I forgot the immortality field goes to where you're aiming. Oh god. It's hammer time.
Oh! Oh, I got headshotted.
I'm hitting his ankles! Someone join me!
Mark him into the middle.
He still married me. Come backwards as a fight. That was pretty cool. We got him in the corner.
We're cool.
What's off the cliff? Oh, Hitsu, that was perfect. Oh my god, Basti would have been absolutely disgusting to deal with as well.
Would have been.
Oh no. Oh, if we get hit by any of the bleeding abilities, we die as Genji.
Oh my god, she just bonked my head in.
Yeah, that was a guaranteed kill. Damn, that is just death. Holy crap.
We actually could not live
you
that.
have 2,300 damage. I'm in third with 700.
I just ain't.
Oh, god damn it.
Just click the heads.
Yeah, just click the head, silly.
I don't think that was for clicking heads. I think you got the whole, like, health damage thing from knocking Bastion off the cliff.
Yes! You have to boop her off.
Come on, so close.
Boop her out the door.
Got her out the door. Yes, she's out.
But we're all dead.
30 seconds.
Oh, I can't do it on this map.
Damn.
Mission failed.
Alright, this might work.
At the very least, we won't die when she ults us.
Yeah. She's getting a lot of value out of that.
And remember, jump throw when you hear the ding.
That hit me?
It turned around. She like 180 as she was charging it. I didn't even know she could do that.
I was paying attention, to be honest.
No idea what she is. I can't see anything. There's too many monkeys.
Oh.
We killed her, but she
she got a lot of that. Man, we get some rest.
So
Pretty tired.
many
Good
kills
lucky
ahead.
dorks. Hi, you get some rest, Tally.
Come here,
You
Tal.
enjoy your night.
It's a Hammond.
Okay.
I'm about to say, did he absolutely just throw himself off the cliff?
Basically.
What? No.
I was hoping someone would get him.
That was great.
I'm not getting this out of the door that easily.
What? Oh, he stopped chasing. I turned around and I didn't see him. Because we changed characters.
He hit the corner of the wall.
No, the character disappeared. So it didn't like count. I'm gonna listen.
Game mode's fun, but depending on the map, it can really suck sometimes.
Yeah.
Why does D.Va have 250% health?
That I don't know.
Like, she has the damage mitigation, a lot of damage on her basic abilities.
Okay.
He does that as well.
Oh.
I'm
dead.
He has 120 ammo. She bonked me into the wall for the final kill. It looks like she just walked into me and squished me like a bug.
She got a lot of kills from that one.
Jungle Queen is so strong.
Ooh, there's holes here.
Oh, Hitsu's the bad guy again.
Oh no.
Hey, Hitsu,
Wait,
this
why
hole's
am I the
down.
bad guy? Wait, that's not what I want.
Oh, and you're Brigitte? Oh, that's a shame. And before he knocks all of us into a hole somehow. He's loving 10 men. Is that a corn? Pick yourself in? Damn.
Spicy.
I don't know if you knew that was me there, but you should bash me like 4 times in the face. What is that melody? Oh. Speaking of Junker Queen.
Eric, I fucking got yeeted. Damien did it.
I learned from watching you.
It's so hard to kill anyone though. Boy.
I hit that? No way I hit that. We are not equipped for this. There's one saving grace, it's his inability to play Echo.
Yeah, literally.
You know, I've never had to look up at the ceiling of this building before. It's actually quite nice.
Oh yeah.
Huh.
I've never looked up there either.
You know, fire could do a lot of damage in this room. Good man. Nice.
My throne is where I sit.
Wait, you son of a bitch, come back here. Oh no! He's doing that thing that we said. Oh, we changed character.
Oh my god.
That's alt nerd.
That's actually great timing.
It really was. God, we can't even heal each other. Did you not? Ow. No!
What the fuck? Why do I get the ult so often?
Because you're a tank, you charge ult when we damage you. Well, enjoy the ground while it lasted.
This character's not fair.
I've been trying so hard to boot you into the pit of the bombs. People keep throwing traps underneath you as I do.
Oh, jeez. Oh.
Oh. Actually, you might have a good chance here. Oh, hey guys, the boss list is the boss acceptance list is practically empty.
Yeah.
Man, Moira. Man, Moira. You slippery bitch.
Yeah.
Yes! God, I will not miss her.
60 seconds remaining.
You hit me directly with the grenade. How much pent-up hate do you have for me?
Oh, jeez. Ah, fuck. I got someone to fall off.
Me as well. I was trying to boot you up.
Oh, you fell. No, okay, that was maybe worth it.
I learned to pull up at the last second, so that didn't happen. Oh my god. You can hurt yourself with that, by the way.
I'm okay with that. You guys are too crazy. I need a switch. I need a switch. I need a switch. I need a switch.
You're so. I guess it doesn't matter because you're at low health, but you're so lucky. I was literally about to kick you off the edge.
Oh, perfect.
Oh. Oh, GG boys. He got the auto aim character. Oh, let me alone! Oh my god. Experience strength.
Get TP! Oh, you changed characters. Oh my god.
Yes! Hello.
Hey.
You needed one kill and managed to yeet.
Everyone's just invulnerable.
Holy fuck. You sure you want to be out there? Oh.
Oh, someone fell.
There's one guy that was AFK in front of the fountain.
Oh.
You missed him completely when you were playing Ana.
I like that emote. Who got it this time? Any of us?
No.
No, it's XX Dark Alpha.
Fight.
This mode is so chaotic.
It's great though.
I hate Chris start with their ult.
I almost got him with the fucking. I almost got him with it. You can come with me. Oh no! He killed someone! Me. No, he didn't. Drag him off!
Yeah, you gotta remember he's gonna dash on like a 1 second cooldown.
Only if he gets kills right now, though. You gotta bait him over here.
Damn, he's after me. Genji, another character that appears to be really strong.
Oh, he died.
He died as we switched.
Yeah, you can stay. You can just not touch the ground. That's fine. Push him off the map! Push him off the map! Referrals! That's the wrong way!
I mean, mines everywhere.
Let him fly away! Where's it now?
How did he build that fast? Oh, but he's also lost like 20% of his health.
Roast me, what the fuck?
Only one for you, mister. Oh, fuck.
Rip the dream, I guess. Please be someone really good. I mean, it's not bad. We could at least monkey her off the edge. If we keep barriering here, she can't actually kill us.
True.
Stay barrier for when she ults. She can't get through it.
Pretty good counter, I must say.
Can't see anything, it's just a wall of monkey.
Expect me to be here, did ya? Oh, we're changing soon though.
Every 2% of life he's able to get enough.
Nah, fuck. As soon as she ulted, I was like, oh, I'm dead. I knew it.
Oh my god, if you could just stick on her, yeah, you do so much damage. Oh, it's a Tracer. Oh, plus side, I'm pretty sure it's the lowest health character in the game.
It is.
Oh, we got the power of flight.
Oh, we can just play the range and then when she gets 50, we murder her.
Start lasering her to death. Or she could warp off a cliff.
That also works.
Yep.
Oh, it's Mercy now. Oh, hello.
She's there.
Duplicating mercy.
Duplicating mercy.
Why?
Ah, fuck.
Oh, this ain't great. Oh, actually, no. This is pretty fine. This bubble's huge. The sound of all these tiny characters. I should be laughing this much. As...
Wait, he's gonna ult. Is that gonna affect his HP? You know what I mean?
Oh, we'll see. He's not ulted so far. He should have it by now, surely.
Maybe he can't. Got something.
Why not? If Reinhardt gets his melee attack, why can't Monk?
Just extra tanky. You can't go in the door. He's too big. Charge me. Charge me, sir.
He's just like, nope, I'm out.
How dare he?
He's just time wasting now. What an asshole. Just accept death.
Sigma? Let the batteries eat you! I got a really big charge out of that, thank you! fire in the hole!
Damn, he lost 40% of his health.
Oh.
All the time Mora's coming to fuck this guy up again.
Mora's back. I see you've been busy.
Oh, the Sickle's actually pretty strong.
Yes. He one-shots the squishies in this mode, it seems like. Surrender to our will. Oh fuck, he has a junkie. Can he heal though, I wonder?
He does have it available, but it doesn't seem to do much. It's like 2% in most. Move him off, move him off, move him off!
Hey.
Let's go!
Good job, Mitsu. We had a
Thank
plan
you.
and we executed perfectly.
Wait, what if you recall your mech right next to her? You know what I mean?
Probably killer.
Kind of crazy. About to die. Ah! Was that Neo? Neo found the target.
What is that camera angle?
A great camera angle. One of you guys gotta get it.
Wizard World.
None of us
It's
again?
heavenly.
How?
Put in the queue like every time. So.
Oh, I hit him with a cross map sleep.
Jesus Christ, Neo.
Oh my god. You know, Doomfist is the big guy is a whole different story.
This is like the short.
Oh yeah. Hey look, Doomfist, but he's actually a threatening character now.
Canon Doomfist.
Yeah. The Doomfist we were promised versus the one we got. Yeah, Doomfist. He took on the entirety of Team Overwatch, nearly killed half of them, and single-handedly wiped out most of the country. 200 health.
Boop him.
You shan't touch the ground.
There's no good spaces to boot him on this map.
True.
There's the left side. But he can just fly around.
Yeah, you can't remember. Yeah, God, it's that annoying.
Oh, we're fucking what though?
I wonder if he'd be able to kill us if we just all had a heal on.
Let the batteries fall on you!
Damn. Kill me with that.
No!
It's fine, we got spears. And when he ults, just hold shift.
I'm doing it! I'm taking you off! Well, that didn't go the way I wanted to.
Yeah, if you hold shift when you ults, he can't do anything to you.
He take Push him out! Push him out! Push him out! Push him out!
Hey.
Let's go.
This is fun. He's not getting all the tanks, please. Jesus Christ.
Yes. But it's hard to kill a tank unless you're a Junker Queen.
Ah! Oh look, squishy and mobile characters.
How convenient.
This is how he makes up the difference.
It's actually unfair, what the fuck?
30 seconds.
You're experiencing tranquility, bitch. Yeah, earlier the Winston couldn't ult either. There you go.
I pinned him.
Nice. Good jump here.
That got 3 sheets.
Wow. Well, this is weird. Oh, we have less people now too. Okay. Oh, almost went off.
Yeah, I got stopped by a lamppost. It's a Sombra. Your Pagandola!
That's Pagandola's dead.
I killed the translocator as well.
You were foolish to go invisible. Wait, her ult does damage.
Yeah, it's 40% of your HP.
That's illegal.
And originally, they removed it though. It was buffed by Arnel.
No,
So it would do
that sounds kind of
60%
crazy.
instead. If paired
Shot,
with,
baby!
If paired with a Sigma ult, you can literally one-shot the entire enemy team.
Oh no!
This is not ideal.
It's 72%, 69%. Could be worse.
Yeah, he is hemorrhaging health. I'd say the poison trap seems to be the way to go. They do a surprisingly high amount of damage to him.
Hey, yeah, vendetta against me.
No one can hide from our sights. Looks like you're not that anti-sniper like you thought you were. Oh, hold up.
Immediately dashes to you like, what did you say, you little bitch? Oh god.
Fujin no Keno Kure! Psych! Cause I'm a ball!
Just ram him!
5 kills remaining.
A fucking menace is what I am. He's gonna hammer us here.
Good.
30 seconds.
It's too slow, he can't reach us. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
We can backpedal as things speed runs forward.
Is he going through our minefields? I'm on you. I'm not on you. Alright, if we have his ult, maybe we can like slowly bring him to the edge of the wall. I'm under him. I am lighting his booty hole up. Ah, fuck.
Rock him.
He's not that bad, actually. Fuck him up.
Hey, I think it was pretty good for this.
The long range rock. The fact that that almost hit is kind of.
Oh,
no,
here we go.
Their exact reverse.
Can't see anything.
What is that melody?
Yeah, this is the
What is that melody? Fuck him up! Oh, we got him. Wow. Hey, it's over. He's about to get hacked. Whoever this is.
It's a tracer.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. You can just stay not moving ever. Damn. I felt that.
Yeah, there's quite a few people on the list. Propaganda is useless. Gotta get away from this many Sombras.
That's just no movement. No movement for days. What the hell was that?
What was that? Pain.
Felt that. Oh, I type what I wanted to say.
Hold on, Necropolis.
Man, none of us. We need to make sure the person rage quits so that someone on our team gets it.
Oh, that's your solution.
God damn!
He fell through the hole in the middle of the map.
We got blessed after one kill.
Here we go.
It's a Moira.
My friends never die. Right?
Something along those lines.
Alright, I'm damage boosting everyone now. You left. We win. Wait, everyone, press a button.
It switched jump over already.
Oh my god.
I think in that case it just defaults to the next person.
Makes sense. out.
Yeah, it's playing the corridor really well.
Ah.
Hey.
Let's go, Sonny.
Got him.
That's what I'm talking about.
60 seconds remaining.
I killed Translocator. Okay, see, playing the corridor this time isn't so smart because we're Junkrat's.
True.
You're just gonna get absolutely mincemeated in the corner.
It's Bamba! I am Rujin no Kenokurai. Go team!
I've had 7 health for the longest time.
Same. Ah, fuck.
Damn, I got hit by one of those orbs. Literally just what?
I can just keep dashing at her. Thanks, mate.
Hit her mid out. Aha!
What now?
What happens if an echo heals an echo's ultimate?
You can't ult echo.
Oh. That's a shame.
Honestly, I might just beam her the entire time. They're trying to hit the not beam.
Blobs are by far the highest damage once they're above 50% health. But they're also one of the harder things to hit.
Yeah, especially right now. We're just playing on her back the entire time. Yeah, baby.
Oh, thank Christ she died. It's
wait.
Oh no.
That was so fucking close. Oh, fucking Zarya. Unless. I got so much damage on it just now.
There's currently only 2 people in the queue.
Oof. I was doing mad damage.
Oh boy.
Coming for you.
I
Run,
can't see anything,
Zarya.
it's a wall of flesh. Oh my god, we
She died before she got to touch the ground.
Oh, it's Brigitte.
I go for the flank here because she's gonna try to fight you guys, but then I just pull her off, right?
Fine.
Oh, it didn't work? I could have sworn that was gonna work.
So switch to healing songs, guys. Make it so she literally can't kill us.
Yeah, you just stay in this room. Oh my god.
Knock it down.
Where'd she go? We win this. Yeah, that's her.
I can't see where she is. Where's Mama Brigitte?
I'm the Mama Brigitte. Let's go. Where'd she go?
She sort of fell over and then was just behind us.
Jesus. Poor body. I just killed everyone there. I booped to literally everyone.
Yeah, probably
Oh, fuck. Actually, this is not bad.
This is great, actually. We can stun him out of his ult.
Yeah, you got an unlucky round, Reaper. Sorry.
This is kind of mean.
Kinda.
This is very mean.
Get ulted. 25 HP, baby.
Oh, Zenyatta.
Oh, I tried to like push him back with my spear. Can you imagine that hit?
We're doing great. Especially if we knocked him straight off the cliff.
Meet your fate.
Follow him.
Oops.
Did someone say oops?
Yeah, I just went in the pit by accident.
Ah, fuck it. I don't know how to play this fucking character. Oh, Orisa again. Come back here. Knock him off.
I'm in the corner.
Going too high.
Oh my god, he got some fucking distance.
Yeah, we just gotta snipe him off.
He's going low. Did he just kill himself?
Oh,
what was the
He
plan
got
there?
Spear trying to go over.
That doesn't work.
I like how we're not going up there, we're just trying to snipe her with spears.
I mean,
wouldn't you?
You're not wrong.
I hit her twice with the spear.
60 seconds.
Oh, you fucked.
I was about to say we're never catching her, and then I immediately caught her. God, it's so hard to hit her. She's flying all over the place. Between her and mobility and us knocking her away, it's impossible to catch up to her.
Yeah. I want to try to knock her off the. What is that melody? Hey, Father Fobs, what's up? You can fly all the way to heaven for all I care.
Immediately see bombs flying everywhere.
Into my trap!
Oh, wait.
Fucking trolling. Got one of those. That kills me. That kills me. He can actually win this right now.
Quite easily, actually.
Oh, he's got stuck in my trap. Oh my god, I'm so good at this trap shenanigans. It's like I play the trapper in the one mode in Dead by Daylight.
Oh, we gave him some height.
Ah.
Oh, was I? Oh, actually, this is perfect. Save at least one shield for his ult.
Better run. People keep shielding me.
Literally just running. We need to cut him off.
It is a smart move. I'm on your ass. I'm on your ass. I'm on your ass.
He messed
On that
up by
ass.
slowing down for us.
On that ass.
Oh, he didn't charge it long enough. You fool.
You're dead. That's my ult, baby.
No, please let it be one of you two.
Yeah, let it be. Wait, did I even? I'm not sure if I even selected it. I'm trying not to, I think, because I got to play it twice.
I've been avoiding it. Yes. It's Sunny!
Hey!
Oh god, and we're all Reaper. Have fun with that.
He probably will be. Who is she? Torbjorn. Torbjorn.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I got hammered.
It's you know what to do with the floor.
And I see with the what?
Break the floor if it's just too full.
Oh fuck, you're right. Your hammer does so much damage. Woo! I fell off with that. I jumped to avoid your thing and then I died.
Oh no.
Get wrecked, Neo.
Fucking hell.
Wait, did you fall?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Oops.
I'm jealous of his Sigma skin.
Deja vu, I just been
Cut E out of that, really?
How are you doing, Asian? Thank you so much for the deja vu. I'm just, being a dork here. Oh. I'm dying.
Unless that was your scream I had fly through the distance.
60 seconds.
Well. Alright, where are you, Sunny? Oh, fuck. Wait, but we're a lot of Moras, though.
Oh my god.
Oh, this one. Moras are annoying to play against. I see it. What do you mean by you leveled up Saturday, though, Asian? What's going on there? Wait.
No.
Whoa! Oh, you baited 3 people to come with you. Was that really a no, or was that a big bait?
No.
That sounded real to me.
It did sound real.
Yeah, it was an accident, unfortunately.
Really?
Hey.
I went from level 35 to level 36. That sounds awesome. And what? So I started watching Initial D. It's actually really good. You level up in Initial D? Oh god. You fucked this up. Oh god. Not me.
Rip. Oh.
You're one of the biggest targets in the game against a bunch of bastions. That was not ending well for you.
Ah, it was your eviction day. That's what you meant by the level up. Happy birthday, Asian. I didn't know it was your birthday. Saturday? Happy belated birthday, you dork. Hope life is treating you well. Oh, this mode is insane. How'd it go? What'd you do?
Monkey!
Sunny.
Running away. No!
It's a really good strat. This is a really good strat. Putting the hole down.
Oh no!
Oh god. Jesus. The good thing is we're tanky. That's a good thing.
And if you time it well enough, you can jump through her ult.
Oh, you're gonna start snowballing now. It's over. Here it comes. We're gonna turn to squishies and we're dead. Yep. There it is. I'm already dead. Had a good birthday. Went to a live Van Gogh exhibit and played D&D. Well, I pulled a muscle in my back washing dishes today. Van Gogh. Fucking Doctor Who.
You were right the first time. It is Van Gogh.
No, I saw Doctor Who. But I'm glad you had a good time though. That sounds really productive, really fun. Oh god, all those people still died.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah, every single one of them is dead.
Damn. Wait, Sunny! Did you just fall off?
Maybe.
Oh no.
I wasn't paying attention.
Oh!
Oh, hello.
Oh.
Where are you? How was the exhibit? I've always wanted to go to one. Actually. Rocket barrage is incoming. Oh my god. That is a lot of justice.
10 seconds.
Oh, I think he just got fucked. Oh, never mind.
60 seconds.
Let her get to the bounce pad. Bounce her off.
Oh my god. No.
No, that's the right spot. It was bounce her off.
No.
She's running. Oh my god. Wait, do you get like a movement thingy?
Can't see where you are. Oh my god.
Oh! Oh my god, that was so close! Wait, where are you? No, we're fucked. Alright, we're not fucked.
No.
Fucking Zarius.
Rough one.
Yeah.
I always wanted to go to an exhibit for Van Gogh. Oh.
Now you're just doing attention.
They said it in Doctor Who. Doctor Who would not lie to me. Did Neo get it? Oh no, didn't get it. Once Neo gets it, I think that's probably when I call it though.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to hold out for that, but I'm being very tired.
I gotta sneak an attack somehow.
Someone ram him off.
Oh, he should have stayed inside the house. That would have worked out for him. I saw this on YouTube! Dude, he jumped all the way over. Oh, fuck. It was really cool. They had a sensor in there. It was super relaxing. That sounds... I think I've seen one of those exhibits. Where it's like everything
God,
around you is like surrounded by the light or whatever.
10 seconds.
Bruh.
60 seconds.
Fucking hell.
We could not have changed the squishies any more perfectly for him. Well, at least we can catch up to him now. You know, without ramming into every wall.
Ugh, the mobility on this guy. He's on top of that roof.
30 seconds remaining.
Fucking cringe. Are you winning, son? Hello.
Holy shit.
Hey, really, yeah?
Thank God.
Oh.
Oh, he left?
Yeah. I'm kind of glad, to be honest.
60 seconds.
What? Where'd he go?
Bad
Did
left.
he leave too?
Calm Skittles.
Press F! Everyone press F! Fuck. How are you, dork? I'm fucking dead. I sent you a very short video in DM. I'll check it in a bit while we're struggling to kill this guy. This guy actually extended his life because the guy left, so the other person spawned full HP. It's kind of crazy. Ah, fuck.
Oh, great. Time for a reckoning. Gonna bother trying to dodge him, just keep shooting in the face.
But basically, it's a Big Daddy mode. It's a Juggernaut, and then
That's not cool, then.
all of us are very squishy.
Oh, god damn it.
Oh, fuck.
Actually, this is good. We can play height. We just need people to get in the air. Or
just murder her. I
yeah,
guess.
or just everybody headshots her at the same
Yeah,
time.
it works too.
Oh, it's a soldier. Get behind trees.
Because they're all being healed. Heroes never die. I'm being productive to society. Kill them! Let's go!
60 seconds.
Oh,
yeah, baby. Don't see him. I actually don't see him.
Yeah, alright. I turned down other players by 4 packs. Like, damn.
So basically one boss is super tanky and the rest of us, we have low cooldowns and stuff, but we tried to... Oh, he fell off. Wait, I fell off. God damn it.
Rip.
It's pretty fun. If you want to come play for a little bit, we're trying to get Neo into it. Actually, no. If he gets it, I'm gonna end afterwards, basically. I'm tired.
Yeah, same probably.
So Neo, get it fast. This is all on you, Neo. He doesn't know where we are. Oh, she's gonna ult! She's gonna ult! Second she ults, we all die.
The second she ults, we use our ability and she can't do anything.
I did! Damn. It's a good thing you said there because I actually forgot. Is Zaddy Neo here? Yeah, Zaddy Neo's chilling in VC for me right now. We're trying to get him to become a big daddy because, you know, he deserves it.
I don't like that sentence. Also, goddamn, Sombra is powerful in this game mode.
Oh my god. I was in the middle.
Oh, we're all Reaper.
Which I think is actually kind of really good for this, is it not? Damn. Palm Skittles is getting his Skittles rumbled.
You rumble Skittles?
Nah, countered. He countered us.
Not well enough, it seems.
Too bad the counter didn't go that well, unfortunately. He's gonna do it. Zaddy Neo. Asian Empress says hi, Zaddy Neo.
Hey, Empress.
Wait, did you punch her up just now?
Someone punched her off.
Neo, I'm trying to be.
Okay,
See,
there's not that many people left in the lobbies, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully we get it. I hope I don't get it. Jambunka?
Oh, again?
Third time that guy's had it.
Oh.
Is he secretly the host?
Maybe.
I think you the host now.
Can I secretly make Neo the host? Catch my drift. I almost punched him off. I almost did it. I got him out the door and I got him like to the ledge.
If you can knock him out the door, I can get him off the ledge.
He's hiding in the corner.
Has Doomfist always shot that many shots with his right click or left click?
He knows the
Yeah,
risk.
but-
He knows the risk.
Meteor strike.
Oh, it's so close.
Oh, cool. Just fire orbs in there. He's screwed.
Actually, right.
He came out of his hole.
Damn.
Seven kills, bro. You got any?
I need Zeddy to sing me happy birthday. Oh. Ah, I got bopped. I got bopped. Got 30 kills. We go fast.
No, we don't.
We go slow. We go slowly fast.
Now just casually nail 3 Kiriko headshots in a row.
That's the way.
Totally not because the time is slowed or anything. That'd be crazy. The first
Sing,
one we've seen has actually been using her mobility.
I was invulnerable. Get played.
We can climb walls, you dumb bitch. Thanks for making it slightly easier to hit you.
Got him. All right, we're catching up. We're catching up. No, we're not. No, we're not.
That is a Winston. We are dead. Actually, hold off for like 7 seconds. We might get a tank.
Oh my
I think
god. Ooh, that's rough, buddy.
Rough, buddy.
He can't kill us all. God, he's killing us all. Listen, you know I could chase you pretty effectively, right? Ah, kill me.
60 seconds remaining.
Okay. He's breaking our stuff pretty easily, but okay.
Yeah, I'm about to say he counters a small symmetric perfectly. But if we can kill him quick,
but he's low.
Yeah, I'm about to say if we can kill him quickly, we might be able to just burst down whoever comes out next.
I have to walk in front of him. I have to find a way to find. I have to get to him somehow. It's gonna be cringe.
30 seconds remaining.
Got 5% life.
Okay, you jumped on me. It's 4%.
10 seconds remaining.
He actually countered us like hardcore.
Emily. He's now Bastion. No, Reinhardt. This might not end well.
He's in a little corner where he can not fall off. Fortunately.
Damn. guy even managed to find a way to make Bastion annoying. Beat his ass.
We'll do it the classic way. Wow.
Oh no. Woo. Oh god, he exploded.
Good. We go past. Oh, it's Diva.
Diva. Well, at least she's a nice big target for our sleep darts.
True.
She ate the sleep dart.
Suffer! Suffer!
Yeah, maybe I see why Diva has 300% health.
Oh my god. I'm not sure this is the one. Oh, that's actually really good for us because we can heal each other. I'll save my ult for when she out of mech. Okay. I see. Oh, that's McCree.
Turns out Prenam effective.
30 seconds remaining.
The fact that tree actually worked, holy shit.
What? On the plus side, now has to wait longer before he can do his thing.
Oof. We run.
Screaming.
We need to get 4 kills out of their 10.
He's Symmetra. GG.
It's over. Remember to press F. Rough.
It was horrible. They just got the perfect selection of characters.
Oh my god. Ancient Empress, did you use the powder emote?
Okay, if it's not near this time, I'm heading off.
It is
Neo!
Hey! That's perfect.
All I had to do was threaten to leave.
Classic. Don't do it to me.
Lucio.
Don't do it to me. Oh. The way he just boots me off like
Part
that.
of me is glad you did that to him.
What do you mean? Oh my god, all these boots. Oh.
Like a bunch of tiny mosquitoes shooting their noses at you.
This is so weird.
Just murder them all. Just murder them all.
Not as
I have
easy as
full
it looks,
faith.
is it?
I have full faith.
I'm shooting her in the ass. The biggest part on her.
Hey, yo.
Oh, fuck me.
What do you know?
Oh no.
Alright, we had this experience earlier. Forgot about that part.
Die.
Quite unfortunate. Oh my god.
I saved mine!
Oh no!
He doesn't touch the ground!
He looks like everything not to get knocked off. Oh, I hate it.
Oh, I nailed that spear.
Oh god.
Oh,
Oh god. Neo.
Is it everything you hoped it would be?
No.
You really got fucking RNG.
God, Orisa is just horrific.
We've got a damn good selection of characters right now.
Oh god. Everyone brought you back. I was trying to lead you to the edge with the fucking poles. But then everyone brought you back. Oh my god. Oh, it's over for us. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh my god. Oh, roll reversal.
No, we're actually just getting fucked.
I hate that you're CCing me during that.
Down.
My computer might actually start on fire if I keep this up. Holy crap.
God damn.
I cannot believe I haven't gotten a single kill the rest. What the fuck?
We can heal for over half our health.
Oh god.
It's kind of disgusting.
I mean, we're not disgusting, so.
No. It's happening. It's gonna happen again soon.
Oh,
wait, they
God.
canceled you out of it?
Yeah.
I don't know we can do that.
Yeah, and he's done.
Oh, no.
Jesus. No.
Yes. Four people
Oh,
gave,
God.
4 people gave their life so that you can go off.
That's actually so unfortunate.
Fucking piano.
Which Nihongo player is better? Which clan? Oh jeez. This is so annoying. How do you even hit us? We're just fucking dashing at you constantly.
It's so hard.
It really is.
I got really good RNG.
One
honestly.
of these, yeah, one of these I was playing as the Zenyatta and they were all like Winston. I couldn't kill a single one of them. It was just hemorrhaging as hell. Just a...
This is like the perfect counter, I swear to God. Well, this is unfortunate.
You pissed off the Overwatch god somehow, and I don't even know how. What's up, Mary? Mary's feeling your pain. I'm burning too. Yeah, Mary feels your pain.
God damn.
Do something!
My God.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm so sorry, dear. We waited for you the entire time, and you absolutely got nothing that worked well for you. Absolutely nothing.
Actually, if it's one of us before we decide to leave.
Okay. Yeah,
That's not any of us.
yeah, let's go. Alright. We end there.
Yep.
Well, they were all Sojourn. That would have been really fun. Oh my God. Yep. Done.
How chaotic. How absolutely chaotic.
My neck hurts, my face hurts, my wrist hurts. Everything hurts.
Same.
Worth it.
That was actually great.
I woke up the person who lives with me, now he's angry at me. Again, worth it.
Hey, what's the worst that could happen? Don't answer that.
I have to listen to it.
Now I just gotta find someone to raid, I guess. That was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Oh, wait, real quick. I gotta play the thing again. Hold up. Because I want to watch more. I gotta do the thingy. I need to make a button for it. Where is it?
Can you send that to me, Hitsu?
Oh, fuck. I forgot it's on repeat. Let me turn it off. Turn off loop. What was that, Neo?
Can you send that to me?
Can I send it to you? Yeah.
Or at least the dance part.
I don't have just the dance part, but I can send you this. You just gotta like shorten it a little bit.
That's fine. Thank you.
No worries. Ooh, I also want to see the thing that Agent Empress sent us earlier. Hold up. Oh, that's so. This is what I want to go to one day. I know it's not like much, but it seems like it'd be a really cool experience. That's really fucking fire.
Looks cool.
Yeah. Okay. What am I gonna do tomorrow? Tomorrow, I'm watching anime. We're watching Chainsaw Man, Bleach, and what's the other one? Blue Lock. In the Discord. So I'll ping the Crunchy Crew role for that.
Oh god, it's an infinite loop of Hitsu on a slight delay of each other.
Infinite dorkism.
Hitsuception.
It's just they're all like a couple of seconds apart. It's fantastic.
Streamer,
The further you
do
go
this.
Back, the more back in time you see.
Say less. Wait, what if I just do that? And just hold it for a bit.
Eventually they'll start lining up.
Just getting further and further.
The other Hitsu is just slowly catching up and realizing and laughing about it.
Oh god, that's true. My mind is blowing up. But yeah, tomorrow anime, and then I'm not streaming. Neo, what do you want to play? The one thingy I want to play with you.
We'll figure it out. I promise.
Okay. And then I guess Wednesday I'll probably play Elden Ring, continue that, or spooky games if I have any. Yeah, I kind of want to play the Life is Strange one, but I don't want to pay for it yet.
It's on Game Pass.
Was it the
Yeah,
color
Life
thing?
is Strangers.
Oh, it's Hades that's not on Game Pass.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, then I might actually do that. So we'll see. But for now, I gotta find someone to raid. Unless anyone has like someone specific in mind, someone that deserves it. Small dork, small strummer. I'll also take.
I have someone in mind.
Bet, hit me up. Velocipasta? Velocipasta?
Yes.
Okay.
It's an artist that I know. Both Monran and I know, and it's her birthday.
Oh, that's perfect. Oh, wait, hold up. I have a Norwegian keyboard on right now. Wait, the raid settings don't allow me to raid.
What?
But they don't have a raid setting. I can't raid them.
I clicked the hand thing.
Oh, you're such a dork. Okay, so how about this? Unofficial raid.
Everyone join that channel.
Yeah, everyone just join and hang out and say happy birthday and stuff like that and see what they're up to. I guess they're working on something. I'm not sure what they're doing. Is that a sad eye over a wolf thing?
Look at the
I don't
bear.
know. Oh, bear thing?
A very purple nose.
But yeah, we'll do that instead if you guys want to come hang out real quick. Can I do /host?
Host don't exist anymore.
Fuck. Alright. In any case, I'll see you guys later.
I gotta head to bed.
Yeah.
It's like 5:30.
We'll just head here.
Oh god, I'm working in 3 hours.
Oh god, good luck. Go get rest. I'll see you guys later
Get
though.
some Cheerios.
Cheerios. That actually sounds kind of good. I might get some. I'm hungry. But yeah, I'll see everyone later. Bye. Since we're not raiding, I'm just gonna hit stop streaming and we just hang out over there and chat for a bit. I'll see everyone later.
Bye.
Bye.